I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for them bags that they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, no to work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for them things that they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
trying to be the tripwire to, they've all got to push in towards the house.
Welcome to PMPL EU Fall 2023. It's finals time, and we are so excited to jump straight into the action. Max, long time no see. How you been? How's everything going?
Yeah, been going pretty good. We had a good phase 3 where there's some interesting storylines building up, and we're finally at the finals, the best time in PMPL right now, and ready to crown our champions and to know who's going to make it to championship, because that's pretty important. Yeah,
and that's where every single one of the teams wants to be. But let's have a look at what we can be expecting. So we're going to break everything down for you guys, starting off with the fact that you can find us on social media, PUBG Mobile Esports, whether that's on YouTube, Twitch, on Facebook, or TikTok. Drop it a follow, stay up to date with what's going on, everything in the PUBG Mobile ecosystem. But also, sometimes you can head over to our Instagram and you can find memes and funny posts, because it's Max who posts them.
Yeah, and we say that and we're not showing a funny post, we're showing a post with facts and logic incorporated into it. I know, just so we have some cool content, and we still have that giveaway that is still running. So if you go over to Instagram, Esports PUBGM EU, and you go to the pinned post, you can just still comment which team you think is going to win the finals. And we're going to be giving away one skin at the end of every single one of these show days. So today and Saturday and Sunday. So you got some cool stuff to win. So go enter.
That's 3 skins, potentially. There's 3 chances, okay? You miss 100% of the chances you don't take, so make sure you head over to socials and you vote for your team. But also, make sure that you fill out the survey. It's pinned in the chat as well. You guys can click on it. Let us know what you enjoyed, maybe something you would like to change for next year, so we could all work on improving PMPL EU. Now, let's have a look at the schedule and what we can be expecting today, because we are in the finals. It's looking a little different. We're not going to have 5 playgrounds. We're going to have a total of 6 battlegrounds that we're going to be going on to, starting off with Miramar, into Sanhok, into Erangel, and then it will be an iteration of this all. So, Max, this is no longer a sprint. This is a marathon. You want to be able to get as many points on as many battlegrounds as possible.
I was going to say it's more of a sprint than a marathon now, because it's the finals. I mean, you can see it different ways. That's okay. It's fine. But one very important factor, of course, just like the league stage, you have the same iteration of maps, so you're going to have the same amount. So all battlegrounds are important. But most importantly, and this is always the cool thing going into the finals, you don't have those group changes anymore. You're not going to have group A, B, C, D, E. You're always going to have the same 16 teams, which helps you solidify your drop location, your early rotations. So you should have technically an even smoother transition into the finals. So we should have some good stuff, and still the hot drop in Painan. That's not going to change.
Technically, we're going to see whether or not that's going to play out as technically as we mean, but also in terms of a little bit of a refresher of your memory of what you can expect because of what we've seen during Phase 3. Let's have a look at the top 5 plays from Phase 3, because they were super spicy.
Coming through from NEXUS. They're shooting everywhere and anywhere, all at once right now. They're taking everyone to task. 2 teams are sorting their position. Let's go! As well. Let's go for NEXUS.
Brutal, isolated into the corner and kind of traps it into a 1 versus 3, but Rogo's good for the first. They want to try and find more here as his teammate has gone down. 2 players for him to deal with, the last to stand. Havlik, half HP, nade out and short as it tries to stop Havlik pushing in, but won't be able to find it. It was just a little bit too slow, but the spray is good for 1 and 2. Rogo gets them all. Coming through from Nomi, really great to be able to find that. The high ground position now destroyed for KASIK. They are going to be on the swivel though and take a little bit of retribution. Major Pride wanting to push through, get this control. The crossfire is set up and it's working wonders. Nomi, the last now standing for Major Pride, and a crazy twist, and it's a turn. They're preoccupied with Alpha's maneuvers.
Yeah, Alpha is serious challenge. Nice nade from Obito, finding Ivaneska, finding Kespo as well. Good shot from Schipa once again. Skills has been a little bit of a weak link at the moment for the team. Certainly doing his best. Great shots from Obito.
Oh, wow. This guy has pulled every single one of Dark Project now single-handedly. from SBG. Gonna pull Titan Old Boy off of that angle. Icy playing on the inside, lights up Kespo for one. Gets the knock, retreats upstairs. They are gonna try and push through with the DBS, but Icy turns around on the corner. It might even be off angle, still pouring in through the window. Aces goes down next, and Icy keeps it together for Titan. Old Boy is not into the scrap just yet to drop down. Oh my god, Icy is pulling them apart at the seams. A Dark Project don't know what just hit them. They are into the freezer and down to one.
Let's go, as Blank said during one of those clips. I think it pretty much sums up every single one of the plays that we've seen. But I think because Phase 3 was so intense, we've seen all these incredible plays, I am pretty sure we're going to see some pretty great bangers on the finals as well. So I can't wait to hear Blank scream on the cast again. Let's have a look at the overall in terms of where the teams have ended during Phase 1, 2, as well as 3. With MADBULLS at the top at 692 points. I mean, nothing crazy. We've seen this since literally the beginning of Phase 1 max, but Gladiators are making a comeback, so you must be happy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always glad to see Gladiators do well with a Dixie Supremacy, Ginny. He's always there. He's always popping off. And Titan Gaming too had a little bit of a slower start, I think, with building their synergy with the roster, with Havlik and also Robs, but now they got himself in a really comfortable position, so they got the fragging power. They can pop off at the top. Though, we can look at all this. We got the storylines written out for ourselves, right? MADBULLS, Gladiators, Titan, Major Pride, and MUERTE, all looking like clear favorites entering this tournament. Though I'm going to predict again, Jiniro, we are going to have 20 chicken dinners for MADBULLS by the end of the finals, which is, I have never seen a team reach 20 chicken dinners in a PMPL format. That would be mental for them to achieve it.
Okay, I'm writing that down. 20 chicken dinners by MADBULLS by the end of the finals. And if that is wrong, then we'll figure something out. You might have to do like a whole segment in a Mickey Mouse voice. So I guess, I guess it's really depending on MADBULLS now to get them all in the bag. But they've been performing really well. Looking though, however, on the second part of the table, is there any team in particular that you think has that opportunity to push themselves into that top 8 if everything goes to plan?
So there's teams that I think should not be on this bottom of the page that we expect more from. One of those, for me at least, it is VIRTUS.PRO and KONINA Power. Those are two teams that had some good moments and then they kind of fell off, especially in Phase 3. They were just becoming a bit more irrelevant, and which is so unfortunate because when you look at VIRTUS.PRO, Elementrix was looking so good at some points in the tournament. So I was really hoping we were going to see more from VIRTUS.PRO, but it kind of fizzled out towards the end of the league stage. So I just hope they can bring back the heat in these finals. Same for KONINA Power in a similar sense. Though if there's a team that's impressed me, and you could ask Kalaris too, that we were both happy about this team improving so significantly, it has to be the side of VULGAR boys. That every player has had some incredible step-up moments, and they are now able to play more aggressive to secure chicken dinners, things they could not do at the start. So I'm also hoping they can do well.
Yeah, and bonus points as well, though this time around play quite a significant point in where these teams are placed. It doesn't look too different though, however, when we're looking at it from the normal placement points over the last couple of phases. MADBULLS at the top, Gladiator second, Titan on third. The only difference here really is Alpha and Major Pride, but in general it feels like when you perform really well on a phase max, that is pretty much directly translated in getting as many bonus points as well to keep you up on top.
Yeah, though you got to keep in mind the bonus points is like a little treat for doing well in the league stage. It's not going to be your dual end-all of the finals. You're not going to rely on these points. It's just going to be a little bit of extra points that could make a difference. Though, we go on to the second page. I do want to point out about Dagestan. You saw their points increasing phase after phase after phase. They're also a team I wanted to bring up that has improved significantly. I know that you and me, Ginny, we're big fans of the Dagestan, and they're currently looking the strongest they ever looked in the past. As I say, Ginny, there's a chance they could go into championship, which would be invaluable kind of experience for them to get heading into 2024. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But Dagestan, they're looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, they are looking good indeed. And I'm really excited to see what they're going to be bringing us on the finals. But in general, another thing that to really keep in mind is that at the end of the day, these points all translate into PMGC points. And that is where the teams want to be. Get that international experience. Currently, MADBULLS are sitting on the top, and Major Pride, as we pointed out quite a few times here on the pre-show max, is that they were actually on the top. They were the ones that had such a great buffer. They were in a really great spot. So for them to have lost it, and not just only lost it by a small margin, it is a little daunting for them.
They almost had a 100-point lead entering in this tournament, entering into the league stage. The fact that they lost it in 3 days, pretty much, and now MADBULLS has created a massive lead for themselves entering into the finals is scary, because MADBULLS, the one word that describes them best is consistency. And that is the hardest thing to go up against, because if you have a bad game, you just know MADBULLS are going to keep scoring points, not just for Major Pride, but for Gladiators too. So it is a 3-horse race, in my opinion, for that PMGC slot. But it's not the end, because we were talking about it before the stream, right? If you make it into the championship, you have 5 slots to go into PMGC, which is a hefty amount. So if you don't qualify here, we could still see Major Pride, we could still see Gladiators or MADBULLS, whichever team don't make it, qualify through championship. But the earlier the better, right? Because you can already start preparing for that eventual PMGC.
Yeah, you can sit back, relax, watch a couple of VODs and see where else you need to be improving. And it also takes away a little bit of that pressure when you do get there. So that's something to keep in mind as well. But when we're looking at pressure or players that are bringing on the pressure for the other ones in the lobby, it's definitely going to be the top 5 MVPs. We're looking at Zurich and Icy, who has been so incredibly consistent. One of the players that we did have a couple of questions about in terms of a K coming through on that roster on Titan, was star-studded themselves. How will they be able to step up? Well, there we go, question answered. We have Matic as well as Nomi and Chilika, but I think what's also really impressive is that when we're looking at the top 5 players, Max, it's not just one player from MADBULLS, no, there's 2 of them.
It's two players.
Two.
No, I mean, of course, it's
more
going to
than
be...
one.
The entire squad is really close to the top 5 also. You might not have the 2 other players, but they're there, lingering in the shadows, ready to overtake the top 5. Though, Icy, clearly a contender for MVP. The only thing that's pulling him back is that average survival time. If we see Titan not dying too early, I think that we could see him potentially overtaking Zerich in the MVP race, because eliminations are a hefty amount of the equation to be MVP. The only thing, of course, is that hot drop that I mentioned in Painan versus KASIK team. It's still going to continue. I don't expect it to stop, but if they do stop, maybe we could see ICB MVP and get an extra $1,000 on top. So we'll see. But Zerich is going to be hard to beat because consistent.
Yeah, that's Zerich. And the consistency doesn't just translate from Zerich, it's from the entirety of the roster that we're looking at, from the whole team. And that has also allowed MADBULLS to not win one phase and get that in their pocket. No, they get 2 of them as well. So not 2 players in the top 5, but also 2 wins in terms of phases. And Major Pride getting themselves a win as well. And when we're looking at the amount of damage they have done, specifically standing out with that, I think it brings me hope. If I'm a Major Pride fan right now and I'm sitting here looking at them like, yeah, they got a chance. They can do this.
I can't believe they've done an extra 3 damage. It could have been 33,330.
Right. So
they've ruined it. No. Okay, they're not going to PMGC. Point declined.
Whoa. Don't make that. It's a good thing you don't make that decision.
But the thing about MADBULLS, on a serious note, we talked about their consistency. One thing that does help Major Pride significantly is that when they get good games, they could get massive points. On a singular game or 2 or 3, they got back-to-back chicken dinners right at some point in the league stage. So if they are in that kind of mentality, in that kind of zone, they could catch up, I would say, relatively quickly to your MADBULLS, because every player is just so strong, especially Nomi. That I remember back in the CIS region, Ginny was a player that was not looked at too much. He was just there, supporting player, but as a fragger, god damn, you know, he's good.
Yeah,
really
up,
stoked to see him. Yeah, it's amazing to see how he's been popping off this year as a whole, and I feel like he's really found his spot to shine, and I think this is the strongest Major Pride have looked, and I would love to see them go in PMGC to just see how they would perform on a bigger international stage.
Yeah, Major Pride has been looking incredible, I think, as well. MADBULLS is one of the teams that has been looking really incredible and really consistent, and we're continuously singing. Yeah, they're pretty good. They're all right. We're just like talking about them every single broadcast and how great they're doing, but that's all right. But I think you're very, very right when it comes to Major Pride. They have some of these games where you're like, oh my goodness, like that actually happened, like they've done that. And then they have some games where potentially they get taken out a little bit earlier on, and they don't get as many eliminations on the board, they don't survive for as long. So I think you're right, hitting the nail right on the head. I think that's what they're saying. And is that consistency that we're looking forward to. You have 3 days, and I'm calling it a marathon, you're calling it a sprint, and we'll see how they're going to be performing. Yeah,
so same thing, you know, that's fine. just want to be at the top at the end. But we do want to keep in mind that here, of course, you got that race for PMGC. Your objective here is to beat top 8. Because if you make it to championship alone, we said it, top 5 teams, technically it's a little bit easier because you're going to have 1 team from Turkey and 1 team from Europe already qualified. If they're in the top 4, top 5, that means the slot is going to go even lower. So technically you could be in top 7 and qualify in PMGC, which is insane. Almost 50% of the teams in championship will make into PMGC. That's an incredibly high ratio. So your objective, if you're one of the middling teams, make it into Championship, and your odds of making it into PMGC are as high as they've ever been before. So those middle pack teams are going to have a lot of pressure, I would say, for the next 3 days.
Yes, absolutely. So we'll see whether or not they'll crumble under it. But these are some of the middle pack teams, some of these new contenders, his new rosters that have come in and just really shown us, well, not new, but in terms of their performances have been outstanding. Maybe a couple of teams that we didn't expect as much from. I think especially for me personally, it was VULGAR Boys as well as TUNA Esports were some of the teams that I had questions about. But then they get these games where they just get a good amount of elims, they get a podium finish, and it's not happened once or twice. It's been happening a little bit more frequently, especially towards the end here of Phase 3. So I'm looking forward to see whether or not they'll be able to dethrone some of our current top 8 teams.
Well, that's going to be tough, I think, the competition. We have the big 3, and I think we got the impressive 5, which is going to be a bit tougher. Of course, you're going to be having some extra teams up there, but they can catch up. For example, Alpha Team, I think, is a squad that once they have kind of control in the lobby, like this game against NEXUS, that was the game where Blank popped the hell off and said, let's go! He was really going for it. But they're really good at controlling the lobby when they have really strong spots for, like, here they had a rooftop the entire game. It's really hard to negate that kind of position and amount of control away from them. So Alpha Team definitely have the chops to go here, it's strong in the finals and make it into the Championship. There's so many teams that can technically go in the Championship. It's really hard to pick. But if there's any team I would really like to see go the entire way, I already touched upon them. It's VULGAR Boys. Clearly changed their whole mindset, their whole game plan about we would aim for good positions and just hope for the best. Now they go for good positions and they start blasting, which that is the change we were asking for pretty much 2 phases. They really brought it home on Phase 3, and I just hope we're going to see that bleed into the finals now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as well, it's going to be really interesting to see how these teams are going to be performing over the next couple of days, especially because we've already seen glimpses of what they're able of. We're seeing glimpses of the fact that they can genuinely, like you said, it just pop off. So is that something that they'll be able to bring into the finals? Is maybe the pressure of, oh, we need to be in the top 8 or this and that could maybe have a negative impact? I guess all we can really do is wait and see. But I'm excited to see how this is going to unfold. And I think we really have to highlight here, like, this is the finals. Like, this is it for a lot of the teams. This is what they have been competing for, what they've been working towards. So I don't think anyone is going to be get caught falling asleep at the wheel, or, you know, as Zoomer would say, get caught lacking. But thank you so much, Monster, as well, for making it possible to go through 6 battlegrounds today. That's really important. The first one is already ready, so we're not going to hold you any longer because we're going to send you over to our incredible casters, John and Blank, to walk you through the first map of the finals.
The finals are upon us, that's right. What treats have we in store? Well, only time will tell. Of course, I'm John, with me is Blank, and we're going to be heading straight into the thick of it. The Miramar is first up.
I like how you just hit with that I, John. It's very, very dominant. I like it a lot. You know, strong, coming straight to this one. I Blank, this PMPL EU. Let's go. Let's get it. We're heading straight over towards our first map here. It is Miramar, starting things off, obviously, on the hot and dusty map. A large one starting things off. Obviously, it's a big day as well. You know, we got 6 matches ahead of us. Got a TDM sprinkled in there as well for the winners bracket and the losers bracket tomorrow. So we're going to have some fun here. Just some fun overall, and again, everyone's been demoted in points. Some teams have more than others, though, with the bonus points they've been bringing through from their previous phases. MADBULLS not really missing any beats so far. 78 points total coming into this one, so only 2 points dropped out of the massive 80 that you could potentially get overall, which is crazy. I think me and John had a conversation back in the day of how likely would it be for a team to get 80 points. It was very low.
It is very, very unlikely for that to happen, but the MADBULLS have been on that doorstep now, I think twice in the course of their PMPL history, so maybe next season they'll be able to do it, but they're denied here. The Gladiators, though, will not let them go that easily. They are sat on 74 bonus points, so only 4 points behind at the start of these finals. They definitely are going to give them a run for their money. If we know anything about the Gladiators, is that they will keep fighting.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Gladiators, this is more than likely a map where they'll drop down towards Los Leones on this south side, right? Just cutting through here. We do often actually see the guys coming through from is it Dagestan actually playing over towards this position, maybe moving up towards Impala a lot of times. We'll see where this circle actually ends up going, because we do see a fair few times on this particular playing path, on this map, a southeast circle. We'll be surprised to see one again here. Back to basics almost. But we're going to head all the way over towards the north here. A little bit easier for some teams to take this one up. I'm particularly interested in what SBG are able to do in this position. They're a strong team. They've been getting a lot better. And from Power Grid, they've been having some decent-ish games. And I'd like to see SBG get into a pretty high position during these finals. But everything they've learned in those previous phases, and then translate that into maybe a top 6.
That's what you're looking for here in this set of matches. Over the course of these 3 days, you just want to keep that consistent push up as high as you can, get towards those champs for some of these teams as well. And make sure that you are a champ in your own right by heading over to the socials and getting involved with Max's Meme Palace over on the channels there. You can see, scan that QR code, head on over and check them out.
Come on, man. Max's Meme Mansion? That one not strike you? Come on.
Look, I got 2 alliterations deep and I panicked. What can I say?
That's fair enough. I also do the same sometimes. The panic does set in. You're like, I need one more letter, please. But yeah, Max's Meme Mansion is always open to all. Knock on the door. You barely even have to. You can walk right in. Keeps that bad boy unlocked over on the socials. You can find yourself some interesting and fun little tidbits about the game. Looking at the map right now, though, there are some teams who are already far into the circle. We're looking at VIRTUS.PRO towards that north side, Cruz de Valle. Not a bad spot for them to be in at the moment. I think VIRTUS.PRO, there was a pretty good start from them, right? They were off from those starting blocks fairly well, sprinting away. They pulled out the Heelys. They started to pull ahead a bit, and then the Heelys' wheels fell off. So I'm really not sure what VIRTUS.PRO have been doing recently. I do want to see a little bit more out of them. I actually love each player on that team. Beck has actually impressed me quite a bit recently. I think he was what I thought would be the weakest link on that squad, but now seems to be a pretty strong chain amongst the mix. TUNA Esports towards that northeast side as well. Another team that has improved a lot during the tournament, so both these guys can do quite well. Now, one team that we have to talk about, John, though, that is also within the circle, a little bit further down towards the south in El Azahar, is the VULGAR boys. What a stand-up they've had.
Absolutely. In that last phase, they were able to do quite a lot. I mean, towards the end, it was a little bit overshadowed by Dagestan's rise to prominence, and I'm sure we'll talk about them in just a moment. But the VULGAR boys, the way that they were timing their movements in that third phase was such a vast improvement over what we'd seen from them before in previous phases, and they got the results to back it up. They ended that phase in 5th place, which was a massive jump up from their 12th in phase 2, 11th in phase 1, and to be able to keep those points coming, and not only that, back it up with the elimination points as well. They seemed to be a completely different team, but that's, again, almost overshadowed by Dagestan's rise, right?
Yeah, I'd say so, and I think in a way, like, you know, for Dagestan, it is kind of cool that they've risen so far, but these players on Dagestan, we've seen them before, we've seen them in the past. They've had a lot of time in the actual chamber to get things done, to train themselves up, so they've had a lot of time within the circuit as well. I think of VULGAR boys being a relatively new team to the scene, with new players in there that we've not seen too much before, actually just being able to come in and start blasting towards the end versus some really strong teams. I think EU, particularly the western side of PUBG Mobile as well, has been really stepping up their game in a big way. So for VULGAR boys to actually just come in, improve a lot, get stuff done is quite impressive. And I think what's more fantastic coming through from VULGAR boys as well is the fact that their timing has always been really good. Even from phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, that's always been one of their strong suits. Now, I've always said in the past, if you guys are an avid follower of PUBG Mobile and that you listen to me, first of all, congratulations. I know I'm hard to listen to at times. Second of all, you know that I say that it's much easier to teach macro, right? It's much easier to teach those timings, to teach those rotations, than it is to teach that mechanical side of things in terms of gun skill. You know, you just don't hit the heights of Icy in Western Europe just like that. These things happen naturally, organically. Where you have a player like Icy, he's obviously insanely talented at the game. He was born and bred for this. However, for VULGAR boys, the fact that they've been able to increase their mechanical skill so much over the 3 phases, that is one thing that just does not happen within the space of a tournament, which is why they really are now a team that we have to look at and we have to, you know, admire a little bit and hope we have more teams like this in the future.
And I'd love to see that sort of thing happen during the course of these tournaments. I mean, hopefully, as you say, we'll see more of that in the future coming through. These teams looking to develop themselves against what is becoming, I would say, probably one of the strongest regional leagues in the world. Certainly, I think it's probably, I would contend it's the strongest, certainly outside of Asia. But I think at the moment they definitely have got some big names here and some heavy-hitting players coming through.
Yeah. I think you could probably make a good argument that Turkey is one of probably the strongest region, right? But I think that for most Western regions, the problem that we have a lot of times is we have 3 good teams and then a lot of bad teams, right? Whereas you look at some of these Asian teams, even coming in from SEA, we could probably talk about that a little bit, is that they have like a mix of quite a few good teams, which obviously makes their region a lot harder at times to perform, where we consistently send our best to PMGC to the future. What I will say, and to loop back on your point, yeah, this is definitely becoming one of the strongest regions in the West, just purely because we're constantly seeing an influx of new and good teams. Because it used to be in the past, Max talked about this a lot, the big 3, right? You know, got MADBULLS, Major Pride, Gladiators, Bish Bash Bosh, you're done. Those are the guys we'll send. Those are the guys who'll field it for Europe going into the future. Now you've got Dagestan, we've got VULGAR boys, we've got MUERTE, we've got Titans. Almost half the roster now is what I would say just about PMGC ready. You know, I could be comfortable sending MADBULLS, Gladiators, and Major Pride to PMGC and it'd be like, they perform really well. But now there's kind of like those 4 unknown teams that I'm like, you know what? Maybe if we did send those also to PMGC, there's a good chance that they might be able to get a good top 8 finish. So it's really, really interesting. I think that's the one thing that's pushing Europe even further than before, is that we're not always consistently staying on top of just 3 teams that are good here. Unlike Turkey, for instance, I would say that they have like 3 or 4 really good teams that continue to step up every single time. But the talent development over in that region, little bit left to be desired at the moment. I think they are improving and getting better, and they'll have a similar resurgence just like EU. Circle up towards that northwest side though, John. So a bit of an interesting circle. We actually have Oasis still in.
Yeah, no, Mercy Warriors making that western rotate. The only team really to do so here, moving through La Cabrera, and TUNA are going to break out towards that Oasis position on the north side. A lot of these teams on the eastern edge, there's 3 teams I'm looking at, Alpha, Titan, and VULGAR boys, all moving past Cruz de Valle, up towards Torre Hamada. I've just spotted as well that TUNA is in fact 2-2 split very, very wide. They've sent 0 and Purple forwards to the south side of Oasis. They've left Obito and Noshi over towards Campo Militar to make that move a little bit later. They've got to be careful that they don't get cut off.
Yeah, I think the Obito, as well as teammate behind there, probably will need to get there fairly soon. A lot of teams will try and make this eastern rotation from Torre Armada, like you were saying. You know, VULGAR boys, Titans, Alpha are already trying to make this. So very wide rat from TUNA could be coming into play. Though it has been a few times where we don't really see teams over towards that northern side, John. So I think TUNA could comfortably probably just slide in over on that edge. In front of us right now, we've got Old Boy versus the guys on VULGAR. Alpha's already lost a player in Zashipa, which is obviously not good.
They've been taken down by a couple of shots from VIRTUS.PRO, who were already on the east side of the circle. We said those 3 teams were going to be pushing in that direction, and the north point of the VIRTUS.PRO hold has found its first pound of flesh, Alpha being the victim there. But they are ahead of the queue, and they might even be able to push towards TUNA's forward duo or catch the back duo trying to crunch on in. If you catch that back duo from TUNA, that's 2 guaranteed flushes, right? Because there's no shot that those 2 players in the middle break out to try and rescue them.
Yeah, very, very difficult to head for that. Havlik going down there is a bit unfortunate. I think that Havlik has had a bit of an unfortunate previous phase in Phase 3. You know, he was really good in Phase 2, taking some insane off angles. A lot of times, you know, opening the can on the fight, which has been really, really good. However, recently his performance has dipped quite massively. So I'm not really too sure what's happening on that side of things. We got a lovely interview with Icy last week, you know, saying that everyone's trying to speak overall in English. You know, everyone's not got that native language on board just yet, which is fine. And I think everyone's been really trying their hardest to get up to speed. So communication obviously is not been the easiest for Titans, but everyone is improving slowly but surely. Right now, they're in some real rough waters though.
They're in third place overall, so those language barriers can't be too debilitating. We've seen them perform. We'll see if they have it in the bag here. Robs goes down, a nade up high, looks to launch the damage, but doesn't quite find it, and he falls underneath. Old boy suffering, and Titan will be picked apart. The team on the east to go down is them, and VULGAR boys have moved in around the top. You can see they have sightlines over to VIRTUS.PRO. Alpha have regrouped, so have TUNA on that north side of this next circle.
Yeah, Pylaus even goes down on the backside there. Swootsman tries to give him a little bit of assistance, but look at this rotate for him. It's going to be absolutely dreadful to get across here. Nice shot from Takimi, though. This guy's been very, very good. Not missing a beat for the team over in Phase 3. Certainly been one of the top contenders from this side. A lot of times we talk about Swootsman saying that he's the spearhead of the team. I think Takimi recently has been absolutely phenomenal in terms of getting themselves out of some sticky positions. KONINA Power versus SHOCKWAVE now. This is down towards the south side. Both teams not inside the circle just yet.
Gladiators as well could potentially move in on the north side of this fight. If they take that opportunity, they might have to fight off against SBG, though, who are also on the north of this. SHOCKWAVE wanting to pull their player back up there. Scars crawling, trying to get to safety. As the nades just ring through the hillsides right now. The Gladiators edging closer with Meku, maybe looking for an opening, because they do have to move at some point. KONINA Power hesitant to go for this full engage, and in fact, looks like SHOCKWAVE are going to be able to find this res onto Scars. Agori moving over around that edge, trying to get that off angle, but it is competed for. It's not an easy fight. Off Haze, close. On the angle by Lazada, and he has the backup for the double peak, but the nade is good over the back. It's a trade back and forth. For both of these two teams, Becker wants to fall back and heal. He might be denied the opportunity, but the wheel of the monster truck keeps him safe for the time being. Scars strafes across, though, and finds the knock. Turns his attention as well around this hillside and looks for more. He just wants to confirm these flushes first, and the DBS moves out to the blue zone, and another shutdown. SHOCKWAVE, keep it going.
Has not been easy to do either. Stage 3, Circle's hurting just a little bit. Palucci comes through on a nice little sweep, a nice little flank here. Obviously, the team is still incredibly hurting. Both teams sort of ensure mutual destruction. In the meantime, Tixi did get knocked over towards that western side. No player went down. Tixi will be out. So Kitsune and Tixi both go down to MUERTE, who were holding over towards that western side. I think they probably could have shifted over towards Meku's way. Just didn't want to get too involved on this engagement up towards SHOCKWAVE, as well as KONINA Power. Maybe the fight went on for a little bit longer, but getting caught out there by MUERTE is just absolutely horrible. And something you realistically should know is happening. You're coming up from Monte Nuevo. Pretty typical rotation there for MUERTE, though it has been a while since they've just immediately tried to get ahead. Nice shot there from Reflect, opening things up over towards No Mercy Warriors. This is on the northern side, around Oasis. So a 3v3 now. Very necessary, that first knock.
No Mercy Warriors trying to move south, but this is excellently held by Alpha. Zashipa got caught earlier on that VIRTUS.PRO position on the east, but they are working wonders here against the No Mercy Warriors. Qualifying in that last bubble spot, that 16th place team. And at the moment, it looks like Alpha have found them lacking. A little bit of sleep here for No Mercy Warriors. They'll need to be a little bit quicker than that. Alpha find, I think that's 2 points to add to their tally.
Yeah, easily done. I think for No Mercy Warriors, it's a bit of a case of just wandering around the map now. Figure out where to head next. I mean, Aztec's already into the circle, which is great. And I'm glad we did actually move back over towards this POV, because it is fairly incredible what NEXUS have been able to do here with 4 players. They were right on the outside edge in the blue. They instantly shifted over towards VIRTUS.PRO spot, took down the majority of their players. They're down to 2 now, and kind of just brute forced their way into the circle. So for NEXUS, not an easy push to make. Doran's even been suffering outside in the blue as well, just providing that backstop angle. But yeah, this realistically should not have happened. You know, you had 2 teams both looking at that location where NEXUS was moving in. Either that's really good timing or just very poor in terms of defense from VIRTUS.PRO.
I mean, Nexus were the team who were so close to getting 100 more elimination points than placement points in Phase 3, Blank. This is a team that knows how to frag, so you give them those opportunities, those gaps in the armor, they will be sure with that thrust and they will be able to play us through. So you have to be careful and always vigilant, but easier said than done. Nexus will continue to trudge on the east. There's No Mercy Warriors not similarly lucky. Foopsman spots it.
It's a good shot from Foopsman there. No Mercy Warriors out. Didn't really expect No Mercy Warriors to get too far through this game. I think that looking at No Mercy Warriors and their rankings from the overalls, you know, they did really just squeak their way in right to the finals. They did them fairly decently to get into the finals as well. You know, had some good games. You know, took it to task with MADBULLS a fair few times here on Miramar. Fizzled out just a bit towards the end. VIRTUS.PRO just sent dead central. And MUERTE have had not the greatest of performance over in Phase 3. And I did want to see a bit more out of them. Though knowing MUERTE, they're a bit of an up and down team, right? You know, they have their peaks and troughs. And I hope that this finals is their peak.
They were the 13th place team in that Phase 3. A renaissance necessary. We've seen it from Dagestan, from VULGAR boys. It's their turn now. KAPIHALA immediately pulled out by Dagestan and immediately flushed. Not really much you could do about that. Limbo just catches him unaware. Seems like they just didn't know that Dagestan was here. They didn't have that info. And they went a little bit too bold around the side without that info. They lose a player for it. Nexus still have that potential, though. They are right on the edge and right at the top of that hill. Could be tricky to descend over these ridges in front of them, but there is a lot of cover. They won't have to move too far.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Nexus there, again, it's likely you're not going to have a lot of info going into this final circle, particularly where they entered from as well. That's kind of just a scouting play. It's unfortunate how quickly KAPIHALA goes down, so a very good spray it must have been coming through from Dagestan. Take him out. Circle heads up towards that north side. Now, KASIK's actually got fairly decent compound to work with. Alpha and TUNA currently battling against one another as VULGAR tries to find a bit of a space to push in there, currently with 3 players themselves. So only 4 teams right now with 4 alive, which is KASIK, Major Pride, Dagestan, SPG. This kind of feeds back into Max's storyline that he set up towards the beginning of the day, which is Major Pride. They can absolutely have some unbelievable days of scoring. So I think for Major Pride, definitely a team that we do need to watch out for. All the way on the west, not in the circle just yet though, John.
Not quite. TUNA looking to shunt Alpha around and around. Onto the carousel they go, and off they will spin. The centripetal force too powerful for them to handle, and TUNA now claim that north side of the road fully. The question is, how will that crossing go for them? Because it's very, very likely they're going to have to do so. You saw Doran looking out over that road valley to pretty barren areas there. Look at how sparse that cover is. That descent will be treacherous for TUNA. They'll have to navigate it carefully.
They will. It's going to be difficult. I think this final circle is never an easy one, right? Never an easy one to actually translate from position to position. Like you said, towards this middle bit, a nice little valley to work with. MUERTE's already found a spot, and Major Prize just kind of try to swing in from the west here. It's a bit of a dangerous crossing. They do get up towards the valley. Have to make sure that they keep their backsides clean there, at least from TUNA. But a nice initial shot over towards MUERTE keeps on the run, allows them to push up a bit further, get some more presence in this circle towards the western side. Now, I really like this from them.
MADBULLS also continuing to take punishment on the south, as it is pretty difficult on the north side of that water treatment area to move up against those teams. MUERTE with the down shots, putting pressure on them. SPG rolling up onto the MADBULLS enclave. FleetK frozen, the 2 players to stand for them. Trying to hop in the vehicle to stay safe, but FleetK is already down. A nade being cooked, and Frozen launches 1 for 2, stands up, gets the spray on the 3rd. There's a chance here. SPG might have just fumbled the bag, and out goes Victor for the challenge. Sprays up high and finally puts that one to bed, but that was dangerous.
A gorgeous play coming through from SBG there. Major Pride, they find shots over towards Furia. That's likely to be a full convergence on that western side too off the back of that. Now Dagestan attempt to get further down, but Victor is doing some disgusting work for SBG right now. A nice nade will lay them a little bit lower. Now Victor has to get further towards the side, but what a nade that is coming through from Shifu. Should do a good amount of damage and finds the next shot alongside it.
Terminus next in the crosshairs. It's a bit of a crossfire. Shifu just retreats. I think this is wise. You just leave that last player from Shockwave, that last player from SPG. You don't risk this fight with Terminus. You need to regroup because you're going to have to push forwards. You need to be a wrecking ball to move through this.
You do. Now KASIK over towards this western edge. Even find Trofka as he attempts to get some information. Really decent play coming through from them so far. You've all gone for Dagestan.
We have.
You know, you've all copied Maxman. I see it.
Whoa.
I will not copy the Maxman. He's baited you all with that pick.
Oh, no. I won't. I shan't be having that. Dagestan had a lot of control over these South Hills. I felt like KASIK team was my second prediction potentially, but then I thought in that compound they are very, very isolated away from the routes out. If the circle goes to them, it should be a KASIK win. But Dagestan had a lot more control over the East Hills than VULGAR, than NEXUS, than pretty much anyone else. It's so unfortunate they lost one of their players just there, but they still have got a lot of position on that southeast side.
Yeah, I mean, they will have to push into quite a few teams, though. That's the only difficulty with them at the moment. And I think this might have gone better if they were able to get a little bit more control over to one single edge. For NEXUS, though, I'm actually sort of impressed that they're still in this game right now. 3, 4, and 1. I should have really predicted them, although it's not the greatest position in the world. Still, this is good for NEXUS, you know? 8 eliminations so far, fantastic moves.
Doing work already. I mean, they've already started out strong. Good to see for the NEXUS fan base. Doran, very, very far away from cover right now. Redox is going to do his best. We'll see if that is going to be enough to be able to pull them back to 3 and play on from that northeast side. Southwest, it's going to be Terminus to fall. Shockwave eliminated. The Gladiators have been solo for a very, very long time, and Meku's been hiding in these buildings for a very, very long time. See if he's able to survive by the roadside on the south side.
Yeah, I mean, for Meku, this is basically survival play, right, for him. Does have the M24 as well, which is fairly interesting, just taking some pot shots. And to be fair, from his spot, he can be quite the nuisance as teams have to make their way up towards the western side. Depending on the next circle, of course, this could easily head towards his eastern side, in which case a lot of these teams have decent cover to play around with. But again, for Meku, if teams start to have to cross this road, he can just peek out now and again, hit some massive damage to the M24, cause some serious pain as these teams have to cross. So I think that could be really good at getting like a top 5 position. Maybe not a top 3 at this point, especially with a lot of teams already with their heels stuck in. But I'd be very, very happy to see him get that top 3.
That's what they're chasing for. Salvage mode for the Gladiators. VULGAR boys down on their luck a little bit. 2 players on the east side, close to Dagestan. Meku's not afraid to spike out from this shack, so Dagestan going to know there's a player here. Limbo dodging the bullets.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really anyone that can get towards his position, right? I mean, he's mostly in danger of nades at this point in time. So for Meku, that's what he has to deal with. So right now, he can just strike out, do damage wherever he can, try and soften up this eastern side, because he knows he's going to have to make that rotate into the valley at some point. The circle does hit up over towards the east, though, which now makes life very difficult for both Major Pride and KASIK team. They sort of have to move into this compound that KASIK's currently holding.
Trying to move through that. This is the test as well that I was talking about for KASIK. Getting out of their spot at this point. Major Pride looking for this crash. The first foothold for their launch forwards will be their test. They spread their players out along the wall. Skills is cooking that nade. Not going to find anything with it out the window. Major Pride, 4 players still in and amongst it. Black-White Playing a little bit further back, yet to go fully in. Nomi steps into the fire, a little bit too hot for him. Has to back out, get that first aid on board. Now KASIK have rowdy neighbors to deal with. No team's really looking a third party onto this one blank either. They're all keeping themselves busy. VIRTUS.PRO maybe with some angles, but we'll have to wait and see. Major Pride mounting up with these nades, getting these cooks on board. Ingush trying to get away from the explosions, but takes a little bit of damage. Skillses has the crossfire, and KASIK are holding.
Is info given? A nice Molotov into a nade as well makes that very awkward for him to deal with now. Nomi's in, will go down. Skillses has a nasty angle on the side. Now it's effectively a 2v4.
He's pushing in as well. Through the door, 2 players down, 1 in response. Effect now the last to stand. He has had all of his team wiped away, and KASIK have 2 players on the hold, Unicorn and Skillses. Smoke bounces off. The reses need to come through for KASIK if they want to keep this one going. Effect in no place to do so. The blue zone puts a hurry on the fight, and a nade in through the window for Effect. He spots both of the players. Unicorn spraying from the door, has a little bit more cover. Looking for this first aid first, then he'll go for the res, try and pull 2 players back in. Easier to set up these crossfires, but Effect dips into the blue. He's going for a risk of a play, it's not going to pay off. 2 players survive for KASIK as they are sprayed down, and it's a difficult run that they have to make now.
I would have been a seriously good play from Effect if he'd been able to do it here. You know, I always knew that Dagestan would do really well in this game. I never really doubted them for a second. It's a strong spot to hold.
On your prediction.
Over on the southeast side. It's good stuff, actually. VULGAR in the back line, though, could cause issues. The KASIK team, they know they're going to have to start just sending these smokes out for everyone on this top side. This is likely just a case of securing a top 3. They can all just try and gang up on KASIK here.
They absolutely are fully aware of this, but KASIK, to their credit, have managed to break up to the wall. Skillses crossing the open road, though. That is dangerous work, but he hits the deck on the right side of it. And will be able to get that healing done. I question how much more they've got, though. I imagine their coffers are fairly bare. Speaking of, no smokes for EXO. And on the off angle, needs to be careful because of it. 2 nades in the back pocket. NEXUS have been fragging out. 9 eliminations, blank.
It's very NEXUS-y of them, put it that way. KASIK do actually make it across, which is very, very good. And I think most teams here right now, what they're worried about is peeking too much into this, losing a player in the process. So Dagestan just playing it super slow, but we are heading into the final circle soon. Dagestan's going to try and clear out Tresley. They realize this is probably the worst guy to actually take shots towards him. Very, very well done. They take the initiative there, remove him. It's going to make it so much easier to fully make that decision to take their engagement between them and NEXUS. Doran's already down. This is just clinical coming through from Dagestan.
They are orchestrating this one perfectly. Doran, as he said, already down. No way he gets back up. The flush comes through. Limbo racks up that 600th damage point. And somehow KASIK have made it all the way to second. A 2 versus 3. If they get Limbo down, oh, I got a minute, maybe. But no, they are just getting opened up on the cannons. Raw from the top of the hill. And Dagestan rolling on through, find the final pickup. And that is what they were looking for. A chicken dinner to start the day. And Dagestan keep their power from phase 3. They will put the first on the board.
Yeah, very good game there from Dagestan. I mean, to be fair, with that circle shifting over towards that eastern side made it a little bit easier for them. I think most teams coming up towards their way were fairly hurt, but I think they took all the right spots to defend from all the time, specifically over towards NEXUS as well. Taking down that first player was a real boon for them. Left NEXUS not in the greatest of spots, but still, I was very, very certain that they would take a little bit more damage on that side, but just no one really was looking at them. Major Pride as well don't really get the best of pushes over towards KASIK team, and it's been a long time since KASIK team's been able to hold Longhouse efficiently, so I was glad to see them do that as well.
They were not taken to task by Major Pride, unfortunately, for your prediction, but we all managed to see through our crystal ball, and we are going to be heading back over to the Witches' Enclave of Crystal Ball. Gazers, let's go with that over in the studio.
I think I'm gonna stick with analysts and host. How do you feel about that, Max? Is that too
I
boring?
think I'm going to rename you to Prediction Thief. You took my pick. I chose Dagestan first. John too. What is going on?
What is going on? Who stole whose? The real question here to be considering. But I think as well, the fact that Dagestan were able to close this out, like starting off with an absolute bang on the first map in the finals, really feeds nicely into the fact that when we're looking at Dagestan throughout the entirety of the last couple of phases, like, look at them. 11 eliminations, 10 placement points, already starting off with double digits.
Just look at them. Just look at the boys. And really happy with Dagestan. They've been improving phase after phase after phase, and that's what I was telling you before going on desk here, Ginny. This is the culmination, this is the pinnacle of what their improvement throughout the past 3 phases has allowed them to do with, I think, one of the smoothest transitions. You saw a little bit of everything from Dagestan. You saw a little bit of zoning against Nexus. You saw a little bit of third party versus SPG MADBULLS, and some clear transition points every single step of the way, which shows to me a really strong terrain knowledge in this kind of area north of water treatment. So really happy with Dagestan and the amount of elims, but Nexus in particular, Ginny, I saw blank popping off that game. Like, they had so many tough transitions, and yet they just kept prevailing every single step of the way.
Yeah, and then you're looking towards the bottom side, though, in regards of teams who haven't really done as well, and that's your MADBULLS and your Gladiators. So we said a lot in terms of them having consistency and consistently showing up, but it felt like this game specifically not so much the case. Major Pride, though, they do manage to get themselves that 4th place on this game, which again is still really important because it's something that we discussed as well, saying that yes, Major Pride can push themselves towards those PMGC points as long as they are performing better, and MADBULLS is just not really showing up. And the fact that they've had only 2 points so far could be a little bit of a worrying start, but it could also just be a warm-up game. You never know with MADBULLS.
I was really also understanding why Blank wanted to predict them, because technically they had good transition points from the West. They cleared MUERTE in a really efficient way. It is good, and in terms of storyline, MADBULLS died, Gladiators died. It is the perfect setup for Major Pride, and yet, I gotta say it, but that push against KASIK team, okay, they were being nice on the cast. I think it was god-awful. That's what I'm going to say. They're just not protecting their backs too much, and Skillsless just gets a free double. I think that when you go into those buildings in particular, the barn buildings, like I call them a lot of the time, or the stables also, you want to avoid pushing inside the buildings because you've got so many positions that you just cannot clear, and you only need 1 player here, Ginny, which is what happened with Skillsless, to clear you out. So it is a bit tough. Not too happy how that went down, but I am happy with Doran that he's back on form. He's been a bit up and down the league stage, but this is what we expect from Doran, these big pop-off 5 elimination games.
Yeah, the team expects it as well. It was also going to need it because at the end of the day, Nexus want to solidify their spot in that top 8, of course. And they are a team that can be there. They are a team that has what it takes to be there. It's just a matter of showing that more than once every now and then. So this is a really great start for a lot of these teams. I think it further feeds into the storyline of some of these contenders, some of these newer contenders that we've seen pop up throughout the entirety of the last couple of stages every now and then. Coming into this and starting off game 1 in such a fashion must have given them a lot of confidence, hopefully, to carry it on into the next couple of games today.
I'm really hoping so. I'm hoping we're going to see some confidence build up off the back of this. After, we do have to keep in mind, Ginny, it is just game 1, okay?
Yeah,
it might be some X factor. It might just be a little bit of something that we're not going to have. So, indeed, hold your horses. We'll see how things are going to go for the remaining part of the game. But look, this is Dagestan holding off the entirety of Nexus as they were trying to transition southeast. So, I think that was a really important hold for them. Though, SPG third party, and this is the part that was a little bit judgmental on Dagestan, they send a player solo, I think it was Zadira. It's not worth pushing. You know the blue zone is going to be on top of them. If you just wait things out, you will be completely A-okay. So, yeah, Zadira taking that solo, then getting flushed. That could have spelled the end for Dagestan, but luckily enough, they did transition smoothly right after.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as well, maybe nerves coming into play here, as you said, a little bit of a hasty decision here and there, but again, it's also gives you that opportunity to learn from your mistakes, iron it out, and go. You still have 5 more battlegrounds to be going on today, so you'll always have a chance to just crawl back.
Look, this is the building I'm talking about, the stables. You've got so many angles, it is so tough to clear it. So the best way is to just molly positions and then try and go for the push afterwards. Sorry, it's not really how Major Pride approached it, unfortunately. But looking at the stats here in terms of top damage dealers, 2.4k to kick off the day of the finals as game 1. That is the best way to go. Hell yeah.
Yeah, not just 2.4k in terms of damage, but also 11 eliminations. You're sitting on double digits. You're ahead of every other team that is participating. I mean, we're seeing 7 and 9 both for Nexus as well as Major Pride, but Dagestan kind of like in a quote-unquote a league of their own in terms of how well they are currently doing. So looking forward how that's going to be translating in the next couple of games. I think as well the fact that next map is going to be Sanhok also brings a question in terms of what teams have we historically seen perform, and will that be something that we're going to be seeing again today? Is it going to be your MADBULLS and your Major Prides and your Gladiators? Is this time around Dagestan going to be on that hot streak and continue their win? A lot of questions in terms of will it be, as you said, the classic 3 and the, what was it, the 5?
The impressive 5. I don't know. We're just
there we go.
We like making dumb names out here for a group of teams.
It's an impressive name.
Yeah, and then what did Kalaris call them? The Fantastic 16 or something like this. It's just all the teams have a name at this point. But looking at the stats, we're looking at Titan, really good in terms of eliminations because they always fight versus KASIK team. I want John and Blank to look at this, okay? And this is going to be the big storyline for you, John and Blank. I'm serving it to you on a silver platter. KASIK team should not drop in Pioneer in this game. If they do it, very dumb, very not good. So I'm hoping it's not going to be happening. It just makes no sense, and it just taking a risk of not going to Championship. And that is what Titan are looking for. They're looking to kick you out before Championship. If you saw the interview with IC, you know that is their main goal. So just don't drop there. There's so many other good spots, and you got only 16 teams, no more rotating lobbies. That is the right play to do for KASIK team. I got a bit passionate there.
A little bit passionate about it. That's okay. We need to be, okay? Because again, these are the finals. These are the last couple of chances that these teams are going to be getting to move themselves forward. But we are ready to head into the first Sanhok of the finals, the second map of today. So let's head over to our casters, John and Blank. Let's see what they have to say about some of these drops.
His passion for the KASIK maneuver is admirable, and we shall indeed be looking out for this bequeathed storyline, Blank, of the Pioneer hot drop continuing, potentially. We'll have to wait.
Yeah, I mean, for the Pioneer hot drop, I would hope that it changes, because I do think Titans are kind of in that self-destructive phase right now. So I think that possibly it's just going to keep going on in that position. I do think that for the guys over on KASIK, they can probably just head somewhere else. It's not necessary for them to keep heading in this position. There is loads of spots around the map for them to go to. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe this is a chance for them to show us a different position on the map, because I do think that from Titans, what IC said in the past, which is, yeah, they want this spot. They don't want anyone to have it. We know how stubborn Titans can be. I think KASIK can go a lot further, though. They don't necessarily need to just keep battling the Titans squad, who are just a bunch of psychos at this point in time over on Sanhok, which is fair play to them. They love it. They love getting down with it, and they can be a very aggressive team when needs be.
Oh, we're going to find out, Blank, in about 5 seconds as to whether these teams are dropping out over Pioneer. The playing path from the south side to the north. I see Titan are out already. So KASIK are going to drop themselves. Can't quite see them in amongst the melee, but we'll have to wait to see where they do end up. Okay, it looks like we've got Dagestan breaking out all the way to the east. You've got TUNA going over towards Sami, Alpha on a split over on that south side. Titan have got KASIK near them, but look at that. You've got Skills is heading even further north, maybe moving up to Trifecta.
Yeah, it's actually not a bad position to take here, and I think with a few more teams out of the way, out of the kitchen, this does make a very much an available approach right now for the guys on KASIK team to take this position, right? You know, from here heading downwards is a very lovely spot on the map to take, because it gives you decent rotational paths over towards the eastern side. You can also head up towards Hattin. You know, even heading down towards this area of the map has been quite free a fair few times so far, because MADBULLS, they make that quick rotation going straight over towards this compound here. Gladiators backfill around here. So for KASIK team, there's even just a possibility to just go straight through. So I think for KASIK team, this is a very good adjustment for themselves. What worries me is that Titans might start doing some crazy stuff on this map.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because they have been unleashed for those first early scraps. As you say, maybe some crazy occurrences for Titan. KASIK dropping, I think Unicorns of Love were the team that were sometimes doing this over in the league stages on this sort of Northwest Island split down to Trifecta. But of course, They did not manage to make it into the finals. They bombed out in 20th place overall in the league stages, so not seeing them here, and that has opened that spot. So maybe this is going to be a more permanent residence on Sanhok for KASIK team, and I wouldn't be too unhappy about it. As you highlighted, some great strengths to this spot.
Yeah, it's decent. I think for Titans as well, you know, this is very scary for the lobby. You know, maintaining full control over towards this position. I think it's been maybe once, twice we've seen a full Titans squad in Sanhok, and every single time it's felt like they've been able to get somewhat of a decent start to their game, right? And, you know, out of those 2 times, it felt like they could have gone far. Now, imagine it when you've got 3 days of play, every single Sanhok starts with Titans as a 4-man squad. KASIK has kind of been doing the noble sacrifice for the lobby every single time here on this map, which is to fight versus the absolute scrap lords of Titans. But this time around, they've decided, you know, we've had enough. You know, someone else is going to have to take that fall.
And with the change of that central area of the map as well, you're not only having... Well, we used to essentially have one softened team in that middle area. Now we're having 2 full force teams playing on these crossings, which I think is going to change the dynamic fairly significantly here. Although if Unicorn just goes down to Major Pride and the rest of KASIK follow to Gladiators or to Major Pride as well, maybe we are going to go back to the Sanhoks that we're used to. Titan have looted nice and quickly, and they've headed out to the bridge compound to the northwest of Painan, so they have left that settlement. I think that's a solid decision. Moves them closer to Trifecta, given the position of this circle, not really isolating any of the islands just yet. It gives them more options, and I think it gives them a lot of control over the crossings from the northeast.
Yeah, phase 1 was usually fight KASIK, win the fight. Never went well, always down to 1 or 2 players. But now finally, in the finals, they're able to head into phase 2, which is leave Painan. They've done that now, which is the real next level play that's come through from Titans. Head towards that northwest side. Very typical position for a Painan team to take, especially with a western circle like this, which is very much to hold over on the bridge. Nice shot there from Wobbly over towards Effect. And look at this, Major Pride once again probably down to 3 players. Not ideal.
Definitely not. Titan able to pick up that first elimination. A salute from Havlik popping in on the side there. Thank you very much. He'll take the point. KASIK regroup into Trifecta, playing both sides. A very clumped up center now. There's a reposition into boot camp for Major Pride. They turn tail for the time being. Oh, beg your pardon. For the time being. VULGAR boys over near Barn. Gonna be getting on the bike or the very expensive sports car, which I think is a bit of a price difference there. Either way, they'll be on the move and they will be going nice and quickly. Lickety split over the hill southeast of boot camp. Maybe running into SBG if SBG don't draw short in the compound, which I imagine they don't really want to do at this point. It's a little bit too close to the edge to stop there.
Yeah, for SPG, likely going to be a bit further of a push here. You know, even heading far down towards the south and sweeping in over the north side of Salmi wouldn't be a bad idea. I would respect that kind of play coming through from SPG during these games. But Zone 2 definitely going to be what changes opinions of a lot of these teams. Because, you know, if this heads towards that northwest side, you kind of want to congregate along the river that heads around the northwest island, because there's a lot of positions that you can cross, right? You know, even down towards Trifecta is a very shallow area you can just wander across. There's positions where you can just fling yourself off the cliff in a vehicle to get to the other side as fast as possible. So most teams not really wanting to send themselves down towards the back of the queue on the north side of Sami just yet, but making sure that you're in line to make that rotation early is quite smart. That's something that Alpha is currently doing. I think Alpha would be very pleased with a southern rotation, just because they are around the side of Quarry at the moment. No real option for them to get in with Major Pride, VULGAR, No Mercy Warriors, Titans, KASIK, all grouped up towards that central arena. And again, this is what we're talking about earlier, Johns. It's 2 full force squads towards the center of the map. Does make it a bit more cramped for a lot of teams.
And I think this is the perfect circle to demonstrate that, right? We are slap bang on that trifecta in this stage 1. which means that it is going to focus on that area that has solidified where it was once fluid, that freezing area now for those two rosters to hold on into. SPG have been taking pot shots, Major Pride as well. Titan have been duking back and forth, but no one really going down other than Major Pride losing a player early on. So it is still very cramped. The next circle just about to pop in a couple of seconds blank, and hopefully it decides which island these teams are going to have to go to and cure that indecision that plagues them right now.
Yeah, I mean, for most teams, this is not really the ideal circle. Doesn't really change too much, right? You know, with the circle heading very central here, you still got Northwest Island in play, you still got the South Side in play. Probably doesn't benefit Titans all that much at all, because they would have much preferred a Southern Shift, because they're in a position to hold teams coming over towards onto South Island, right? So for them, this is a case of now having to push through this massive clump of squads towards that north side. VULGAR boys, they lose Fuchsman. Not ideal for them. Fuchsman, the real heavy hitter on the squad.
Ooh.
Taking a heavy hit and falling to the floor.
Zadira has to back off as Palaus finds the nade through the window, follows up with another, but they have split. Dagestan save face on that engagement. Playing up by the door, actually very close to danger here. Keep is going to be hopping back and forth. I wonder if they're going to be looking out for this full side swipe here, because VIRTUS.PRO are in the mix as well. Maybe an unscouted presence. Palaus plays forwards and gets batted back. I think that was that VIRTUS.PRO from the hillside? Either way, Keep picks up the flush. The shots can continue to go back and forth on this northeast side, the north edge of boot camp. These warehouses being scrapped over right now. VULGAR boys definitely taking the worst end of the sticks. Dagestan, no VIRTUS.PRO are there. They'll take the shots and immediately they're humbled. Protecting their rear flank. Excellent hold. Again, Dagestan very much methodical.
Really keeping everyone out at the moment. I think for Dagestan, even fighting off against VULGAR boys at the same time alongside with VIRTUS.PRO above them, it's not easy to do. Smoke will last a while. Gives them a huge amount of time to work with here. VULGAR boys have 4 nades here on Takimi, who has been significantly impactful with the nades as well, so potentially could find something. Even more shots coming through from Dagestan right now towards VIRTUS.PRO, and it feels like despite them having the high ground, it's all the advantage here. Dagestan are massively taking them to task.
They're just not really finding an opening whatsoever. This is the roll-up. Okay, they just straight up ran him down there. Fuchsman seemingly didn't stand a chance. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get a knock into one of the players on the vehicle. As we just clock a couple of these replays coming on through. The VULGAR boys sequestered to the west side of the warehouse. Dagestan loath to push them, but in they go. Finally finding the courage to get across here, as VIRTUS.PRO were backed off a little bit to regroup. Tresley spotted, banks the nade wrong. Shifu bobbles it into the opposite corner there. Takimi actually eats a little bit of that damage. Shifu has the fire at his heels and will have to fall back, but Tresley down to the nade. They can get this healing done first. And they will just continue to bombard through the door. Takimi repositions. The smoke on this door is the only thing stopping Dagestan from wiping this team out. And there's a lovely nade actually banking off the side. Shifu steps forwards, gets burnt for it. Takimi now has 2 more to jump into, and they both line up for the DBS. He's going to flush them both, and Limbo's the last.
Oh
Takimi holds the corner,
God.
and he absolutely demolishes Dagestan. There is no way you make that happen. Takimi, what was that?
Unbelievable play coming through from Takimi. An amazing Molotov to start things off as well, into the smoke. Utility-wise, Takimi is absolutely brutal. Some great nades as well. I think that was his last bullet on the DBS, just perfectly played. And Dagestan is going to feel the hurt off the back of that one. I really did enjoy the end as well, where Takimi just seems like he's celebrating. Must be pumping his fist over in his room, but Tresley's just calling out, please, mate. I'm literally 1 HP. I need a res as soon as possible. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Oh, come on, be sensible, be reasonable. I know you're just 1v4, but come on. Let's play the game. They get back
great
into
play.
it. I mean, that I feel like that all hinged on the smoke on the door there, right? Like they pushed out from the smoke and into a DBS. It felt impatient to me from Dagestan on that engagement. They just didn't want to bide their time. They knew there was only one player left, sure, but it was a little bit greedy and they did get bit.
Yeah, I think that it all comes down to some really good nades to start off that fight, right? The smoke goes down, Molotov afterwards, which kind of incites that impatience because the Molotov sends them back. They have to use more kit, and then all the while, the Kimi is just constantly sending utility through over and over again. So, yeah, cycling every single bit of utility you have, you know, Molotov, smoke, into nade again, into the DBS wipe. I think a lot of things have to go correct there. Now, this is a bit of a weird step up here from Furia. Finds one, immediately will get knocked, and now the rest of it, MUERTE has to assist. I think that was a bit overzealous. A bit overconfident coming through from Furia.
He's all the way on the south side and moved out of the, or was out of the circle to try and go for an edge camp here. It will slow the MADBULLS down and maybe protect the MUERTE south flank on the compound that they hold. That junction compound, we speak a lot about its power, especially as this shift comes down southeast. MUERTE will have those options to move up north, although there's a lot of teams now in the queue ahead of them. MADBULLS with a tougher time of it by quite a long margin.
For MADBULLS, I think they have made worse rotations before and still made them work. I think they're one of these teams that just has some incredible performance when it comes to crashing compounds. Already Icy is down, and this makes things very easy for MADBULLS. Pretty much a gifted compound here off the initial knock from Purple over towards Titans.
Really good roll-up knock as well. Finding a second out onto Havlik is beautiful for MADBULLS. TUNA are just across the way, but with the blue zone pressuring them, they don't really have the time to set up and go for this hold onto the MADBULLS spot. Robs is the last to stand. I don't think Frozen's aware that there's a player this close. Perhaps he is. Certainly we'll hear those footsteps now. Has got that player close, drops that shot in the smoke. Very difficult to see this one in action, but finally they put an end to it. No players from MADBULLS go down, and they needed this time on the south side because the zone shifts up north. Tixi, in the meantime, over on that northwest island, scrapping back and forth with SHOCKWAVE. Tixi, the only one to go down, and SHOCKWAVE trapped with their backs to the blue, just Vagnazada left.
I mean, Major Prize even taking shots towards them now. They have some great high ground. Vagnazada will have to move at some point. Just crawling up. We'll have to use every single first aid kit he's got available to him. And I think with 3, this does make life quite rough now for Gladiators. I mean, Circle's not shifting just yet, about 14 seconds on it. So they know they need to clear him before they start moving across this water. So really imperative that happens then. They can get on their bikes and go. And with Circle shifting over towards this northern side, it's not easy for any team. For Nexus, this is what I would call textbook Nexus. Come down from Cal, win the game, easy peasy. That's a prediction from me.
Is it? That's curious there. We've also we've had plenty of those coming on through. Oh wow, that's a lot of O's you've put on a word with no O's in it. You've managed to trump me on that one. But yeah, Nexus, I really like that position. Like if I highlighted that northeast side, a lot safer than any of these other teams. If the Gladiators make landfall though, they are very much in with a chance.
Yeah, there's possibility for Gladiators on this side. Now, they're already up towards the coastal edge. Tixi was holding backstop for them. Nice guy. I mean, he had to heal anyway, so it kind of makes sense for him to be in that back line. MADBULLS, they get eliminated by KONINA Power, no less. Not really what you want to see from such a prestigious team like the MADBULLS. Major Pride, though, they do find Meku. Now, I do think that if this heads further towards bootcamp, you know, Major Pride certainly have a good chance here. They have lost players already. Now, KASIK is flying in, but it's TUNA that is holding them back. 2 go down.
0 emptying the shells all around the family there. And it will just be TUNA to be able to keep this one down. 0 gets res as KASIK is swept aside. Unfortunate for Ginny that these predictions came up when they did. MADBULLS were alive when we made those predictions. Unfortunately now, they're very much not blank.
Yeah, very dead. Very, very dead, unfortunately. But this is how it goes, right? Sanhok. I think MADBULLS, they had one of the more difficult rotations in the lobby, right? I do think that for MADBULLS, it is a case of they'll have that one good push, one good rotation, and they did not get far enough into the circle, which is understandable considering this is ending in boot camp. Not an easy spot for any team to figure out how to finish this ending, right? If you were MADBULLS, that one good push would have to have been into boot camp for them to have even a hope in hell at finishing this out. Kapahara will get taken down by Elementrix, so will Redox, so a very bad start there for Nexus.
They made a wild crash from that northeast side. They didn't look for any staging. They didn't really get any damage on into the teams on the inside. And before it, they've lost a player fully. I think they're going to be able to get the res onto 1 here. So they're playing as 3. But they are in the northwest side of boot camp blank. So they do have that chance. I might have to take that back because there's a nade felt on through for Major Pride to keep them down at 2 active. Alpha, sorry, making their move on in, not Major Pride. Alpha trying to sail in on the south, but into the valley there, into the gully. And they are just going to try and light up VIRTUS.PRO in response. A little bit of a chance here as Beck goes down. Zashipa cooking the nade, Elementrix. He just hasn't spotted it, seemingly. If the cook's good, that's a full knock guaranteed. Beck, unfortunately, has to crawl back around the side. And in the meantime, Nexus did get back up to 3. So they are playing on that northeast.
Yeah, for a lot of these teams, though, you can see exactly what's going on, right? Is that they don't really have time to take shots, to do damage to any of these teams. They just have to send it into boot camp at this point. There's no real other option. For Nexus, I think they did a very good job to actually scout out that this spot was available. There was no one in it with the limited time that they had, and they just had to fly in. It's unfortunate that one gets knocked on the approach just as they hit the actual compound itself. But yeah, for a lot of these teams, they realize that you just had to send it. For KONINA Power, you know, there really isn't enough power behind this team. You're sitting over on this eastern side. That's a death sentence waiting to happen. I think for Gladiators, you can sort of play this position on the north side, but you have to hope that you get north shift after north shift because crossing this road is really, really hard. I think that they can be sort of comfortable in the fact that they're still in the circle for one more round, and they'll have to hope that all these teams really scrap hard against one another and that they can remove the Kimi and VULGAR boys completely.
Can Takimi do it again? It's a tall order. I don't think we've ever seen 2 1v4s from the same player in the same match. And the nades indicate that Gladiators know exactly where they're playing against. He fades all the way out the back, and actually it's a pretty heads-up rotate. Might be able to get across here on the far side, and the Gladiators should be able to find 1 or 2 shots if they have their wits about them. Be aware of this zone. Now we wait for this peek. Who's this? It's Nexus. They've found Tresley for the flush. Major Pride, actually, seeing the side swipe on Gladiators, and this is his chance. He darts across, makes to the first cover. They know exactly where he is. Will they spend more ordnance? Will they use more nades to try and get this one back under control? Launching some of his own to make it happen. There it goes. Finally, Takimi is down. And the Gladiators can look to move freely across. KONINA Power, you said they lacked a little bit. Redox, though, does go down to the nade. Ducks back in, has the cover for the res.
Yeah, I mean, for KONINA Power, like, there's 2 teams both looking at me. Even if they made it across, like, it's not likely that they maintain all 3 of their players. Nexus realizes what they have to do there, which is to send as many nades as possible over towards them. Kitsune will be flushed there by Major Pride, as I was saying. It's just very difficult to make this crossing without smokes, and I think that the majority of Gladiators' utilities already been very much expended here.
They need to get a little bit of a pickup. Becca, the last to go down as VIRTUS.PRO pick up the pieces. The circle shifts out northeast, and SBG are going to be wiped away. Both TUNA and Alpha going to have to move in. Major Pride still quite split here. A little bit too split in this late of a circle for my money, and I think they have realized that. A regroup up from Naomi.
Yeah, I think for Naomi, it's not a bad spot to be actually playing on Lobster, right? I think he has a bit of high ground he can continually peek off the back of, gives information. Likely not going to make this cross either because Nexus will have info on it and will take shots across. Gladiators go down. Still a good position. And I think they realized this north side wasn't going to give them a win, but they could try and get as many points off it as possible. VIRTUS.PRO with 4 players. Now, if they lose a player here to Alpha, it will be disastrous news for them. TUNA's going to try and get in through the back. In the meantime, the rest of Major Pride is going to try and get over towards Naomi here, take advantage of Lobster itself. It's still in. Now, NEXUS, that rotate from earlier on, very heads up, now puts him in an insanely good position. Zashipa gets cooked.
That is unfortunate. There was really nothing he could do there. It was either the frying pan or the fire, and neither choice would have ended with VIRTUS.PRO not picking up that point. Nicely placed Molotov to burn him away. 3 teams remain now. 4 players alive for VIRTUS.PRO on the south side.
I think for NEXUS, there's still a lot of options for them in terms of compounds. For VIRTUS.PRO, on the other hand, there is just one building to work with. I think for NEXUS, they understand that Lobster's probably the most difficult one to deal with right now, as there can be a lot of positions, a lot of windows that Major Pride can be playing from this spot. It's a bit scary. And they also have really good cover from this position, including that little jump up there on the middle. Likely not going to use that, but it would be a nice surprise tactic. Now, I think NEXUS got a couple of grenades in back pocket, right? You know, 3 grenades on one of their players that I saw, which are going to be so important.
That smoke line, it feels like that last smoke to bloom just there, maybe a little bit less useful. I think it was a little bit misplaced, perhaps a little bit further forwards. It would have allowed NEXUS to find a way to fight over towards Major Pride, but what a nade coming on through from Major Pride to find 2 knocks onto VIRTUS.PRO, and they're looking for more. Weight goes down to a nade from Redox. They're not even seeing the people knocking them here, and just 1 player to stand now for VIRTUS.PRO. They were the only team on 4 players blank, but that has been severely diminished. Up and high, Doran looking for this cross onto the ramp, and they have managed to get all the way on through towards this Major Pride position. With VIRTUS.PRO down, they've made the most of it. They have the outside, they don't need to push, but Nomi's already down, and maybe they want to capitalize.
It's such a crazy push coming from Doran. Already finds one. Send in. EXO finds a nade off the back of it. And that's NEXUS find themselves a winner chicken dinner. Great stuff. Honestly, their full send was so drastic but so necessary in that moment. And like I said, very limited time to scout out that position. So they do fantastically well to make that happen. And as soon as they see that VIRTUS.PRO is taking huge casualties, they just kind of send 1 grenade off that way and then instantly relocate a lot of that attention over towards Major Pride. Doran's push, magnificent, by the way. But overall, again, it's just all that idea of where do we focus our attention and why are we focusing it there for NEXUS, which is what makes them such good eliminators. And also, placement points.
It's true. I mean, they are so powerful in those close quarters engagements. Once they got into boot camp, I don't even know why I ever doubted them. But one thing I do not doubt is that we got plenty more still to come. Don't go anywhere. We'll go for a short break and then we're back with the desk.
The second chicken dinner has been handed out, and this time around it goes to NEXUS. Max coming through with back-to-back predictions, but they generally fought very well for that position because they're getting to that compound. Major Pride are already sitting there, and still, they get it.
I only have one thing to say to that. NEXUS, let's go! It's so good they actually can get placement point, guys. Look at that! It's so cool. It was a really clean transition from the northeastern side of boot camp. They had a lot of scouting done. And Blank talked about their full send it on the northeastern side on that warehouse. They scouted, they knew it was free. And also, if you know how teams like to play boot camp, you know you're not going to stretch yourself so thinly. You are going to focus on normally the central building or just one building. So they knew Major Pride were not going to be there. Northeast is free, just send it. Lucky circle shifts afterward, but they were good around the nades and especially Exo's nades at the end. God damn. God damn.
Yeah. Really getting the team out of a, I don't want to say a pickle because it didn't look like they were in a pickle, but still out of a, could have been a more difficult situation. Major Pride though, again, I think really to highlight here the fact that once again, they are towards the top of that leaderboard. They get the placement points, they get a lot of elimination points as well. And it's a really great position for them to be in because these are 2 back-to-back games in which they have done very well. And you're comparing them to the likes of MADBULLS who have now got 5 total points in comparison to 2 the game before. So I think for them, this is genuinely like that start of that redemption arc of getting a couple of points on the board whilst capitalizing off the fact that MADBULLS are yet to really get online and really get onto the server and like start, you know, doing MADBULL things. So really great for them. And then again, top damage dealers when it comes to the amount of damage that has been dealt. Incredible for them. NEXUS is sitting on 947 damage with 7 limbs. Max, what happened here?
I mean, just a little bit of a slower game for them. They were starting popping off at the end. I can't really fault them for that. I think it's fine. It's a good conversion rate for their 947 damage. So, yeah, it was a very steady approach of a game. As I said, a lot of scouting was put into the works for them to make that transition into bootcamp itself. They didn't have to fight. And actually, the good thing about NEXUS is all about timing, which something that Blank mentioned, timing is so important in Pokimoga Esports. And they just waited it out. They saw Major Pride start to fight versus VIRTUS.PRO. They just struck while the iron is hot at the perfect time, and then they just got that Exonate to get, I think, a double at the end. So that was very, very impressive stuff. Though what was impressive is that Dakimi 1v4. When will people learn, Ginny? That the DBS is just that damn good, especially when you have a player like Dakimi that is so efficient at his utility usage. And we're talking nades, we're talking molotovs, we're talking smokes, and then you rush them into a smoke against a guy just playing with the DBS, Dagestan. Don't do that. You should know better, Dagestan, please.
I think maybe from Dagestan perspective as well, it's like, oh yeah, we can do this, we got this. It's only one person, but yeah, no.
No. DBS is worth an entire team.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree.
Yeah, it's a bit rough transition. Also for MADBULLS, I understand your prediction because they were sweeping south. They were doing so good. But when the circle went north towards bootcamp, you got 2 big mountain ranges and a valley you have to go through. You had 3 teams looking at them. It was never going to happen, unfortunately, for MADBULLS. That was going to be one tough transition to pull off. Though, Alpha Team still lingering. But the cool thing in this game is, despite all these teams surviving, is Major Pride getting, again, eliminations, placement points, while MADBULLS, Titan, you're looking at also the MUERTE team, not getting too many points this game. So Major Pride currently are closing that gap, and I would love to see what the overall rankings already look like, because that lead of MADBULLS has already been significantly diminished.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as well, that's really something to keep in mind of, because starting fall 2023, we were like, okay, Major Pride, okay, you need to catch up, you need to catch up. And we even said that at some point we were very concerned for them. Alarm bells were ringing. Was it going to be enough, considering how fast and how quickly MADBULLS was able to get a hold of everything? But the fact that they're now already starting off incredibly strong, for me, that is really great to see. It does again bring the matter of consistency into question, something that you've highlighted yourself, Max, earlier today when it comes to Major Pride. Is yes, they can do really well, but that consistency sometimes it's not there. But with the overall as well ready, we're going to have a look and give you exactly what you wished for in terms of the points and where the teams are standing. So when we're looking at MADBULLS specifically, they have 85 points at the moment, NEXUS 84, and Major Pride just behind them with 82.
Yeah, I'm loving what's happening right now. So NEXUS currently in the top 3 competing, just a 1-point difference. That gap, I mean, we talked already about the bonus points, right? They're not your do-all, end-all. And now the point gap that's already been created by MADBULLS has been lost. We're seeing a repeat of the start phase 1, but a reverse of Major Pride being caught up by MADBULLS, weirdly enough, which is a great storyline to have as a leeway. And Gladiators also a bit of a rougher start, but still getting some points on board. So they're up there, still competing. Oh yeah, I'm loving it. The Alpha team, I would say, I don't know if you would agree, still kind of an X factor. They can have some big pop-off moments, and sometimes they just completely fall off the edge of the earth. I don't know if they can maintain a top 8 position as much as I would love to see it. So let's go and see if Alpha Team can hold that spot.
Yeah, I think when it comes to Alpha Team, it's like sometimes they're just really popping off, and then the other time they're flying under the radar, but they are still getting points on the board, whether it's eliminations or whether it's placements. And it's that consistency, again, that we're really looking forward to in terms of teams being able to qualify and push themselves up in the rankings. I think VIRTUS.PRO here was one of the teams, as well as KONINA Power, that you highlighted earlier today in respects of them being able to get themselves into the top 8. I know it's only been 2 games. I know it's like super early to make these kind of, like, you know, know, predictions, questions, whatever. But from what we've seen so far from KONINA Power as well as VIRTUS.PRO, what's your confidence level like in them being able to get into that top 8?
I think KONINA Power, I'm pretty hopeful that they can do some adjustments. I feel like this game in particular, they had some good transition points. They were gatekeeping. They were gatekeeping the Southern Eastern Edge against MADBULLS pretty efficiently. So I would have a lot of hope for KONINA Power. VIRTUS.PRO, they had some decent transitions, but I feel like the circle kind of helped them make those transitions in the first place. So right now, if I had to base it purely on these 2 games, I think KONINA Power has more of a chance of remaining consistent in these finals.
Okay, and the next map as well to try and remain consistent, or at least build that consistency, start off with it, is going to be Erangel. Looking at the teams as well who have historically performed really well, VIRTUS.PRO is one of those teams. So you really expect them this time around to use this to their advantage, because at the end of the day, it's not that big of a gap between them and the first place MADBULLS when it comes to how they do on this map.
Hey, no, MADBULLS, Gladiators, Dagestan VP, they're cool and all, but SBG, the French super powerhouse, oh yeah, they've leveled up. No, they're still doing good. Narvalo in particular has been such a rising star at the end of the league stage, so I'm really happy. I still want to see it more of a setup around Narvalo. He seems a bit lonely from time to time, so no, everyone else, just if we can see a bit of a team-wide step up, I think that they could be a team to go in top 8 with. I would love to have a French team there, but it's not looking great right now.
It's not looking good, bruv. It's not looking good. But you're also like an average Gladiators supporter. So what happened to your support to Gladiators?
And it's been a tough game here. I did like their approach in the previous Sanhok game where they were clearing VULGAR boys and then they were trying to transition, because near Bootcamp North, if you do cross the road, you got a nice little dip to play. Unfortunately, I think Major Pride knew exactly what was about to happen, so they were just locked on that location trying to eliminate Gladiators. If they eliminate Gladiators, their chances of a win are so much higher. So it was a good plan. I don't think Gladiators could have done much better in that previous match based on how they were rotating. But look at that, Tixie Supremacy! It's still here, Ginny. It's been going for 2 years and it's still going strong. Hell yeah.
Still going strong. I think Kitsune as well, another player that we have highlighted a lot of the times in terms of how they're able to perform, but also able to IGL simultaneously. So I think that's something that when we were looking at Gladiators throughout last time in spring, it was really obvious that they had a very specific game plan in terms of where they're dropping, how they're rotating, making the calls, making the decisions on the fly. And that's something that potentially so far we haven't really seen from them as much. And we thought that time would be of the essence. Time would be what would make that difference, would allow them to solidify those decision makings, those rotations. But Max, time is running out.
Yeah, I mean, we had that interview with Kalaris with Quizzy that was actually really insightful, and we had some interesting points that they were clearly trying and training different aspects of the game. First phase, Edge, now Central, and I want to see the culmination of that in these finals. Hopefully, this game.
Yeah, hopefully this game. Also, don't forget to fill out the survey in terms of your thoughts and opinions on PMPL EU, so we can work, right there, so we can work on improving. It will be pinned in the chat as well, so please do keep that in mind. We're going to be heading over to our casters who will be walking you through the action of Erangel. So, John and Blank, take it away.
Max is energized, ready for the first Erangel of the day, of the finals indeed. You're right, Blank, you're wide-eyed with excitement, I'm sure, at the prospect of Erangel.
I'll flashback myself with my own lights. Not good. I got up to reposition and just destroyed my retinas. It's not great.
We'll get you some new ones, it's fine. Don't worry about it. We'll have them sent over as soon as possible on this plane path as we head into the grassy pastures, as we like to call them.
It's doing a little cyberpunk job on me there. Just replace the eyeballs. I'd like that. I'd like that a lot. Yeah, big time.
What would you? How would you enhance your eyes with that though? What's the one thing you would adjust your eyes with? Are you talking see in the dark? Are you talking like X-ray vision? What are you talking?
Well, I'm talking probably X-ray vision. Maybe see in the dark. I think see in the dark would be cool. I think I prefer see in the dark over X-ray vision actually, because I feel like, you know, I've seen Superman. I've seen how overwhelming X-ray vision can be. So yeah, see in the dark, I think that'd be massive. I'd go for walks all the time in the night time.
They call him Cat Eyes Blank. That's what we're going for now. He is able to see in the dark at this point. I value that. I think that's I think that's a good choice. Well, anyway.
Underrated.
It is underrated.
eye
You know
option.
what? It is really underrated. You could explore caves and be completely aware of all of your surroundings.
Easily, yeah. I'd be maybe like 1/20th of the way there to becoming Batman.
That's true. Although, I don't know if the only way he sees in the dark is with a torch. But you're ahead of him, really, if you think about it.
Yeah.
You have extra power. You're better than Batman right now.
I'm better than Batman. And you know who else is better than Batman?
Who?
I'd probably say NEXUS. You know, they are absolutely giving it right now. In terms of the elimination count, actually, probably worth. Let's go back on ourselves. They're worse than Batman because they are eliminating their foes. You know, they're not just knocking them out. They are giving them knockouts, but then they're flushing them as well. Batman doesn't do that. Batman only knocks.
That is true. He is the one who knocks, in fact.
Anyway, this is getting crazy right now. We're have to explore a lot of weird things here. You know, the superhero genre crossed with the PUBG mobile genre. It's not good. It's not going well for us.
He is our superhero.
He is our superhero. So I think for us, let's just stick with Foopsman, him and his glorious cape and his beautiful little goggles. But yeah, we're heading over towards game right now. We're going to head off this old map screen, which is down towards that southeast side. Not the nicest of circles, I would say. For teams like KONINA Power, NEXUS in Nova Repnoya. Could be a good game again.
Ooh, a bit of a good time. On the East Bridge, VIRTUS.PRO potentially going to hold them out, though. So we'll see if VIRTUS.PRO are able to weather the NEXUS storm. Eventually, we're going to get them to change their name, put that O in there, but we'll have to wait for that one, I think. As we wait for it, you can check out the social media as well over on those channels. You can see on your screen, scan that QR code over to... You know what? I figured out why I said Maxman's Meme Palace last time, because I was going for Mind Palace, and then I went Meme Palace. And I felt like that was good, but I'll stick with your line of Max's Meme Mansion over on the socials.
Oh yeah, always got to check out Max's Meme Mansion. It's filled with glorious furniture and even better masterpieces, meme masterpieces. That's all about. Naomi here looking to take down old gladiators. I think at this point in time, people are getting very good at dodging vehicles right now. And Naomi didn't even give it a second thought. He was like, I'm delaying. I'll waste
too many trees.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
I mean, once you've learned those turning circles, right, when you're on foot, when you're dodging around, they should be familiar enough with it. No teams really making that early break out down to the southeast side. Major Pride on the road at the moment. Maybe the only team looking to get that move on, get a chivvy, and see if they can get through. Other than that, it seems fairly chilled out right now. There's quite a few teams in South George.
Yeah, it's quite chock-a-blocked right now. You got MUERTE over towards Craig's, Gladiators in South George, No Mercy Warriors holding up north, and then Zaki held by VULGAR boys. The furthest away from the circle currently. I don't rate Zaki as a drop spot overall, but I think for VULGAR boys, they've definitely made it their home. They're working with it. It's not going horribly for them. But I think that VULGAR boys significantly do have better performances over on Miramar, as well as Sanhok. Though saying that, you know, there have been some really good gains coming through from VULGAR boys, especially on Erangel, at least on that eastern side. And I think that comes off the back of like quite an easy rotate through Severny to Komeshki and then down on the eastern road, which is very much out of the way. And I think a lot of teams just don't expect them to be in the forest as early as they are. So again, interested to see where this next circle goes, because it heads down far southeast again towards Nova Repnoya. Ooh, not an easy match for a lot of teams.
I mean, you just take, if you're NEXUS, you just take Observatory and camp the bridge spots and stop anyone moving close to you. You get a guaranteed top 5, hopefully with a couple of limbs, and maybe even further than that on the placements. But it does have to go there, you're right. That circle does have to shift to that point, which is not impossible, certainly, but a risk, potentially, on the cards. And KONINA Power might be able to get there first. They have branched out. KASIK team have made their way actually closer to the East Bridge than VIRTUS.PRO were. Alpha are looking to march their way down south as well. So potential conflict already on the west side of MUERTE, over towards the coast side on that bridge.
Potentially just giving them a bit of a scare here, you know. Making sure if anyone's here, they think he knows about it. Luckily for him, there is no one here. He's fairly clean at the moment. KASIK team will be able to spot them coming in though from the northern edge. I do think for NEXUS is sort of an interesting prospect that they are currently in Novo. Considering the playing path actually was very much an availability for them to head towards MUERTE Power and MUERTE in general, I am sort of wondering this is a significant change for them, and I think that, you know, for a lot of the teams that do drop towards the eastern side, has been a fair few times now where NEXUS has been held out on their initial rotation, where I think they love to get towards Zone 2, the circle there, with all 4 players live out really running into too many teams, and MUERTE Power hasn't really provided that to them, right? A lot of times they're taking their fight in Zone 1 as they're trying to rotate out, so I really don't mind the Novo drop. I think it is a bit of a change of pace. You can get very looted in this area. I'm just curious because you've got 3 weeks basically of practicing this rotate out of MUERTE Power, and now you have to shift things up a little bit and figure out this rotation from the south side. A bit easier because there's only 16 teams. You know exactly what each team's going to do every single time, so you can figure it out.
Yeah, that learning process is that little bit accelerated, you're right, because of the stable lobby of the 16 roster. Have to wait and see if that adjustment's going to pay out well, because as you say, it is a risk, and especially at such an important juncture in the tournament in terms of that mental game, right? Because you are climbing right now. You can see at the top, MADBULLS only 1 point ahead of NEXUS at this stage. If you can finish day 1 in that first place spot, when MADBULLS had such a great lead, I mean, you look at NEXUS, they had 53 points at the start of today from those bonus points. MADBULLS had 78. There's a 25-point difference between these two rosters. If you can overtake them in that first day, that is huge for your mental. But if you get cut down, laid by the wayside, you drop those points back to a 10-point difference, it kind of takes the wind out your sails from that early strength today.
Yeah, I think MADBULLS are sort of the only reason that they are still in the conversation on this third match is because of those points they're able to accrue over in the actual league phase. They've had some pretty terrible first initial games. You know, 3-point average between both of them is not great for MADBULLS when we know them to be a team that's able to just consistently put up points time and time again between every single map. So pressure definitely there for a lot of teams at the moment. I think for MADBULLS, considering their position on the map over towards Shelter side, they could get a central spot here, John. And I think they desperately need to have somewhat of a decent game. Now, this is the circle that's kind of worried about coming through. Heads towards Lumberyard, Prison, MUERTE area. There's opportunity here for NEXUS to take a boat, potentially.
It feels like that might be the strongest choice for them. There's lots of pressure around this bridge. KONINA Power already making that move early. Agori just moving in. And might actually get through unscathed. I think the rest of KONINA Power are going to move past, but NEXUS, very unlikely that they'll be quite so lucky. Dagestan into this garage building over on this side of the hill. Really, really powerful position. You know, a lot of teams going to want to take it from them. Dagestan, the ones to try it. And Limbo puts this ordnance in, puts the nades through. Has got that auto shotgun, but the rest of Dagestan are very split from this. Doesn't look like they want to go for the backup either. You imagine he's just suppressing them on the inside. The rest of Dagestan wanted to take these pot shots through the windows of the building, but you get cut down and they're going to have to either go for this res or just fully abandon Limbo. I don't think the rest of them can back this one up. They didn't even make a move to do so.
Yeah, I think the idea is that you leave him behind. He provides a bit of cover for you, a bit of a distraction, so that Dagestan can get slightly further ahead. I think it's a nightmarish position for KASIK to have to deal with. Is Dagestan's spot up towards the higher ground, the hill, further into the circle too. Eventually you'll have to deal with them, but all the while there's a lot of available openings and so sight lines across this ridge. So a bit difficult there for KASIK, but yeah, very much unfortunate that Dagestan just has to leave Limbo alone. TUNA rocks up towards major prize position. They're currently over towards farm side, so this is pretty much out the way. There's not a lot of teams in this area, so very much an isolated engagement.
Nade over the top for effect doesn't quite connect onto TUNA. Purple very low. Obito out of there, gonna leave his teammate just to try and get that heal up and get gone. Looks like they are going to be successful here. The rest of TUNA just flee in any direction that they can spot. They'll have to figure out how to regroup as well, because there are a couple of teams on the southwest that they need to be. Titan are there. Looks like they might be out in the water, though. So a little bit easier of a time over towards the shelter. No Mercy Warriors still having a bit of a tough time. Qualifying in 16th place and staying there for the time being after their first 2 matches. Suffering around the shelter area.
Yeah, Shockwave. It's not ideal. I don't particularly enjoy shelter as a position to play. It always feels very dicey. You know, having 4 teams in this area as well that could equally come up from underneath cause some significant issues. Now for this next circle heading down towards the south side, there's a pretty easy and quick rotation for Nexus to make. They've got to get towards Milton nice and early though, so they're going to just try and send it across the beachhead, covers them from that west side. It's a nice push too. KASIK, they equally also send down towards the south, Dagestan on the east. So for Nexus, they're definitely getting crunched at this point in time, not absolutely in position just yet.
Likely on a mill to finish here. Certainly in the surrounding areas, but that's the mainland chunk there. Gladiators trying to survive for the time being. It feels like they have been on a little bit of they're up to their old tricks of these salvage missions today. And they've done pretty good work for it, to be fair. They have kept up towards the top of those tables, but again, their point lead has been burnt through as well. The Gladiators will stay alive as 4, though, on the northwest side near that road, on the roadblock. The shots just leather into the KASIK team, trying to light them up. No Mercy Warriors in the meantime, trying to move through the hills to the east side of it. Kitsune can't really do too much about it.
Yeah, for Gladiators, spot is like fairly decent in terms of holding off a lot of teams. It's also interesting because this is one of the spots where you can see on the map right now the little rectangular building directly towards the south. It's a nice little warehouse that you can send into late. Again, it does leave you pretty barren, so I think what they want to do is clear out as much of this northern area as possible and make the send later. Nexus, I think it was Redox that got dropped. They did not save him, so currently sat with 3 players right now, pretty disjointed as well. So Nexus' initial push a little bit slower than I might have liked it to be. Playing this awkward position down towards the southwest side. So much water in this map as well at the moment with this circle.
It is cruel, isn't it? There's such a massive, massive chunk of what amounts to essentially liquid death towards those later circles. And that is a tough time. Nexus, I mean, you're right, it was quite slow on their rotate off from that Novo position up towards that North Island. But at the same time, the speed at which teams were moving in towards that area was very, very fast. I feel like they had quite a lot of pressure that pushed them to slow down on their approach. So the fact that they've got through with 3, in my mind, I feel is an achievement for Nexus. And Doran even being that far forwards is even better for them. SPG trying to make their way into Milta, denied entry, turned away at the door. 2 players on their forward vanguard will fall. The shift goes out hard east side, so keeps VIRTUS.PRO at a really good spot now.
Yeah, I mean, they're in one of the isolated compounds too, so it's very, very much a possibility for them to play out the rest of this game and get a significant win off the back of this. KONINA Power will take down the remainder of SPG, who just try and send it through. You know, I think for Nexus, I know that we were just talking about them briefly, but, you know, their initial rotate wasn't slow. Right, they actually got up towards this bridge side quite quickly, and Doran was with the rest of the team. They doubled back down towards his position on the south side, so they could have been realistically in where KASIK is right now. So it's just a bit unfortunate, really, and I think that they changed their decision, changed their mind, despite having the chance to get there. But it has worked out for now. But this next rotation is going to be the real killer.
It is such a tough time moving through the urban environment as well, with so many teams littering the alleyways. It would be a triumph for them to be able to make it further in. We'll see what they're able to do right now, because as I said before, VIRTUS.PRO, as you highlighted, in that isolated compound, really, really solid for the time being. Teams up to the north side as well, Major Pride and Gladiators, both playing for the hills. Gladiator's having a really tough time. Matic continues to go in a straight line at a rifle that's shooting bullets at him in a straight line, and it's not going to go well, about as well as you'd expect. Gladiators lose a player.
Yeah, they have to rotate over that north side. Major Prize already in position. For Gladiators, they're always like last-minute Andes, though, right? You know, day 3s tend to be where they come alive, but they do need to be in striking distance, right? You know, the knife does need to be pressed to the back before they can hit that final day. If they're a bit too far back, you know, the finals assassination, it can't take place. It just cannot take place. So for Gladiators, right now, I would say things are looking a little bit dicey. They still have a slight buffer to work with. Yeah, in terms of finishing in first place, it's not looking super convincing right now.
No, their player's not the caliber of a winner right now. We'll have to wait for them to, as you say, step up, ramp up towards the later part of this finals. It's still very much early, to be fair, though. We are only in match 3. Titan rolling on up, trying to ramp themselves into the scrap with Shockwave. It goes poorly. Titan go down.
Yeah, Titan kind of playing exactly how they played in the league stage, which I just don't think will work here in the finals, because they did really, really well to get to where they were in the overall rankings. But a lot of that came off the back of like 3 good days, and then 3 really bad days, and 3 good days, or 2 good days and 2 bad days. And when you get to finals like that, like this, where it is just a full-on 3-day sprint, teams that have been the most consistent performers throughout the entirety of the stages tend to be the ones that will come alive here. I say that, you know, NEXUS is having some of their good days today. It is interesting. I just think the Titans' playstyle needs to be a little bit more reserved than it has been in the past.
A little bit hectic here for the Titans, and they will pay the price for it. The shift mercifully goes back to the west for all of these teams fighting through MUERTE, but there is still going to be 2 isolated on the edge. NEXUS, KASIK, both of whom are going to have to push further necessarily. The rest of the teams in MUERTE probably going to want to push further in as well. MADBULLS are going for this crossover towards VIRTUS.PRO to get closer to this very powerful and ever-ramping compound over on the east side.
It's a bit rough, I think, for at least MADBULLS. You know, any other day I probably would predict this team to take the win, assuming that they could maybe take the compound off the back of VIRTUS.PRO, but with the side swipe coming through from Major Pride and their performances today, I just don't really see it happening. NEXUS still wandering, meandering their way through MUERTE, serpentining their way into a better spot on the map. Last player, Meku, once again, all of it back on his shoulders.
Far from ideal, and he's out in the fields as well, really isolated. Almost certain that you don't make it much further here for Meku, but we've seen stranger things happen. NEXUS, in these close quarters environments, Blank, we know they can frag out. This is a brutal team when it comes down to it. So as much as they are crunched on the edge, with their back against the wall, they do punch out strong. Hopefully they'll be able to do it. A very split decision, Desk versus Casters on the predictions here. Both teams, though, think the winning position is the same in this spot. It is the VIRTUS.PRO MADBULLS standoff on the east.
It's a really nice compound just purely because it's going to keep them out the way for quite a while. A lot of teams have to fight one another before heading here. And if anything, right, you know, both of those teams could potentially be the winners of this game. And like I said, I was leaning towards MADBULLS if it wasn't for, you know, previous performances. But I think with them sitting on the outside here, it might give a chance to VIRTUS.PRO because MUERTE is likely going to take shots over towards MADBULLS. They're going to defend VIRTUS.PRO for them. But yeah, it's getting dicey now for VIRTUS.PRO, considering MADBULLS have held on for so long.
Nexo getting spotted. Doran now the last for NEXUS. Nade cooking, but no Mercy Warriors want to put a stop to it. over the top of the wall. He goes for one, hops out and finds a second. This is why you bring Doran to the table. This is what you look for. The No Mercy Warriors have bitten off a little bit more they could chew with him, but Watch Me has a chance now. Jumping up, trying to hop through, but the spray just sails wide there. Doran has another nade in the pocket. It's Watch Me and Wobbly to go up against Doran, the Devastator, with that shotgun. They both play together. He finds the third and looks for the last as well. Watch Me steps in the same sightline as he has, and there it is. Doran cleans it up. Another 1 versus 4, and Nexus can play on with 2. They are not done just yet.
Man, the fact that we had a back-to-back 1v4 coming through off the back of this one is just absolutely ridiculous. This is why you take Doran every single game. He has been just really seriously good for the team. I don't think we'll see him being subbed out anytime soon either. Dagestan, they take themselves a Molotov. Should be able to keep himself alive, perhaps very low HP there as he starts to smell the smoke.
Just about. I don't think he's got any meds on board. Oh, no, did have a first aid in the pocket. Thought he was popping an energy drink earlier, but stays alive for now. But 2 players mounting the staircase. The first rebuffed and 1 player to stand against him now. Dagestan maybe looking to hold on against KASIK here as Skills scurries around on the ground floor, trying to pull his team back to their feet. Hopefully he can manage it, because KASIK have got 4 players in the mix. See if they can keep the team alive. But the nade puts the final nail in. It's Keep down the stairs with an HE to be able to take things down, and KASIK are wiped out on the western flank. That is a lot of teams going low on the west, and not too many more left in MUERTE.
Oh no, Meku. Oh, Major Pride just sending past.
Oh?
Meku, he does find Nomi, pops him out of the vehicle, but likely he won't last for too much longer. Could probably get himself a nice little elimination point off the back of that. But Major Pride can be furious. You know, they go down to 4 players off the back of a solo remaining in the circle. Stage 6, so 3 more stages to go. VIRTUS.PRO still hang on to their compound on the eastern side. Major Pride give up the Ghost over towards MADBULLS themselves.
MADBULLS really cinched in on the outside of this circle. Gladiators are taken down. Major Pride able to pick that one up, but Nomi very unlikely to get through this. Now, NEXUS with another chance at glory here. Kapahala finds a nade onto Black-White. Effect over on the doorframe, probably known as well. Certainly spotted now. Naomi doesn't get the knock with the nade over the wall that he was looking for. 2 players for Major Pride down, so they have 2 in action against the 2 of NEXUS. They'll want that res. In the meantime, the MADBULLS lose a player to MUERTE, and they are just getting picked apart here. Zerich over the hill, playing as the last player now. I think we're going to get it. Doran is that highlight. Look at that, 1 and 2. Doesn't take too much damage either, which is absolutely crucial in that scrap.
Yeah, because he just had Stims rolling. That's such a good initial pick-off as well. Round the doorframe. Every single shot was just a 1 and done. Major Pride, in the meantime, got eliminated. Can we get a replay? Can we get one replay of the Major Pride? Because again, NEXUS, they're still performing. Zerich goes down. That's MADBULLS out. VIRTUS.PRO still going off the back of it. But NEXUS right now are having themselves a hell of a tournament. Just clutch after clutch here.
I think that was Doran again, because Kapahala's down. He has been standing tall for this roster. 8 eliminations for NEXUS. Crazy, crazy record here. MUERTE sailing over to the coastline, leaving VIRTUS.PRO to their own devices. The only team with 4 players now. They're just playing in this compound. We thought it was going to be the winning position, and I would not be surprised if we were bang on the money here, but they still have to move a little bit further west, and KONINA Power have extended their influence with Beck moving forwards. Beck, one letter less on the pronunciation, but certainly nothing short of a force to be reckoned with. Wait, aims over towards Shockwave. Actually, KONINA Power get a decent chunk of the circle.
Yeah, technically right now KONINA Power kind of have the winning spot with this particular position of the map, so VIRTUS.PRO will have to leave. But I mean, 2 seconds goes, yeah, 100%. I would have said that VIRTUS.PRO should have the ending. It's just when we got that hard shift that left them right on the edge that things became a little bit more difficult. It's a lovely spot to play if you are dead central, because if you look around it, it's like it's got a lot of lips that you can play off the back of. A lot of teams that have to push up to you are pushing over towards open terrain anyway. I think the saving grace here with VIRTUS.PRO is the fact that, you know, most other teams in this lobby are pretty heavily hurting.
It's very, very difficult to move through. Nobody else on 4 players. So their numbers advantage might just be the weight they need to swing the victory. To keep that wrecking ball going. Speaking of, on board with Nexus. What a fight they've had this match. It's just so impressive what they've been able to do. I mean, we thought we were impressed with them over in Phase 3, but this finals seems to be another burner for them. They've ignited that rocket fuel.
Yeah, I think even there could have been an even better position here for Nexus if they'd sent in earlier. I mean, I've got to respect the play, though, either way, so I can't really complain too much. But yeah, it's been a really fantastic game from Nexus. Again, Doran's playing up to his heights. And I think once Doran starts feeling it, you know, he hears the Kapahala bongos just in his brain, through the headphones. That's when he starts to really perform well. And again, the Grenadier himself, 4 grenades in the back pocket. It's pretty dangerous over towards Shockwave. Nexus, Kapahala's even watching this position. They'll have to breach over this ridge, which means they have to use nades shortly and smokes to get out of here.
MUERTE were on the east side of VIRTUS.PRO, Blank, a little bit ago. If you cast your mind back, they were down to the southeast, more east than south side, behind the MADBULLS. They were, in fact, the team that took down the majority of the MADBULLS with MUERTE, and they've now moved down to that coastline. I really like that rotation onto the south side. It's given them a spot in the circle and even onto the next one. Finally, VIRTUS.PRO are taking a little bit of a hit here, but on the inside, with the hard cover they have, they might be able to find the reses. But hang on a minute, is that the isolated player? They're going to have to make that dash just across. Elementrix is also down, and VIRTUS.PRO flagging a little bit.
Yeah, that's just Furia for you in a nutshell. The guy's crazy with the nades coming into this game. I think that for VIRTUS.PRO, realistically, should have headed out. This is more of a skill issue than anything. So I just don't think they were confident in themselves to finish off the players from MUERTE, because MUERTE only had 1 player up for the longest time in Corker. Both Furia and Milky Way were out of the match over towards that southeast side. Finally, they go ahead, find them. In the meantime, Dorian will find the last player from Shockwave, again taking down yet another team.
It is incredible what Nexus have been able to do here, and they find Beck as well. 2 players, seemingly enough of a match for everybody else. The nade up high and answered for Bellucci, but he has to drop down and out, has to drop that smoke on the corner as well. A little bit exposed to MUERTE and VIRTUS.PRO, but safer from the encroaching pressure from Kapahala and Doran. And that is a lot of pressure, let me tell you. Bellucci around the corner, does spot him though, and he will be able to find that first. Is he going to be able to save that flush? Just about crawling away, and Kapahala's low. Gonna have to fall back just a little bit. I think Bellucci has allowed Doran to crawl up the stairs.
We'll toss a grenade up though, which is kind of deadly, especially when Kapahala is this low. Does have himself a DBS. Go for the res here. There is a first aid kit dropped as well. Last circle now though. VIRTUS.PRO still hanging on. With Furia going down, that's really good news for them.
They can extend their tendrils south. Try and move that influence further in. And Doran goes down again. Bellucci will not give this fight up. Kapahala wants the challenge. The rest of KONINA Power, though, have the sidelines, and that's easy pickings for Becca. Finally, their reign of terror is drawn to a close, and we're into the final 3 teams now. Blank, Bellucci, lights up, but lights up in kind. Beck is going to feel the burn there. A lot of knocks being sent over to VIRTUS.PRO, not a lot of answers being given, but they are finding the reses time and time again.
MUERTE still hasn't been cleared. This is a really big mistake coming through from VIRTUS.PRO. I'm not sure what they've been doing, but just again, allowing these teams to get back up on their feet.
There it is.
Finally finished, but that should have happened so long ago. This doesn't make too much sense. Now Bellucci can move out. He's been significant performer here over on KONINA Power. Now just 1 player remains.
Elementrix, the last to stand, needs a big spray, but will not happen. KONINA Power move out. To be honest, like you said, it wasn't really KONINA Power's game to win. That was VIRTUS.PRO's to lose. But either way, KONINA Power, by the way, having a lot of eliminations on that match as well. They did a lot of work from MUERTE. A very, very hectic set of final circles, Blank.
Yeah, I think for KONINA Power, they kind of had the winning spot as soon as we got that hard shift over towards the western side. I considered predicting them, but, you know, I felt like, you know, VIRTUS.PRO at the time were in that best spot. I was mistaken, though, because VIRTUS.PRO just makes a series of unfortunate mistakes where they refuse to clear out to MUERTE time and time again, despite having them on the back foot. I just had no idea what they were doing. Maybe trying to go for the third party over towards KONINA Power, but again, they lost that game because of a random rogue side swipe coming through from MUERTE, who they could have finished off, again, I'll say it, 3 times before.
Yeah, they had that opportunity, that chance, but it was snatched away from them. A little bit too timid for VIRTUS.PRO to take that one down. Instead, KONINA Power will rise to glory here.
KONINA Power rising to glory indeed, and not just with 10 placement points, but also the fact that it had an insane amount of eliminations max. This is going to be going such a long way, especially as they were one of the teams that we highlighted earlier today, and even before this game started, as we want to see more from them, and they did.
Yeah, it was a perfect highlight. We were talking about VIRTUS.PRO, talking about KONINA Power, 2 teams that have potential to make it into a top 8. I even think, to be completely frank, that they could be a top 5 team if they start to be a little bit more consistent and going towards the top. So we'll see how that's going to be panning out. But look at that, 24 points on the game for KONINA Power. Love to see it. I was so close, just like blank, to predicting them. And the circle was kind of lucky going their way. But their position, those 2-3 buildings they were holding are so good because the teams that are trying to exit from MUERTE, you have a bit of flat terrain, so nobody can really transition easily to your spot. Unless you cross the road like NEXUS, then you could make it technically. And same for the teams over to the eastern side. You can't push onto KP because it's downhill through an open amount of terrain. So it was just the freest kind of early game, mid-game position for them to hold on to. And then Palucci played some really good mind games with NEXUS. So yeah, strong from KONINA Power. And I am, in fact, very salty I did not pick them.
Well, skill issue from your end, but when we're looking at KONINA Power, they were not missing out on those skills there. I mean, they were not missing out on eliminations either. 6 for Becca alone, 4 for Palucci. I mean, every single one of these players today pulled their weight to be able to make this one work, because at the end of the day, as we said, 10 placement points, 14 elimination point, that goes a really long way. NEXUS as well, though, Max, one of the teams that has done really well on this map in terms of getting double-digit eliminations themselves, which put them on second, considering 4 placement point too. So some of these teams that we highlighted earlier today in terms of like historically have not done the best. We've seen glimpses. They're like, okay guys, let me show you what we can do.
We just got 1v4 from Doran too. Like, I don't know what. We just had 2 games with 1v4 clutches. One from Dakimi and now one from Doran. They're on fire, these finals. I'm loving it. Every single one of these fights are so cool. And hopefully we're going to have a ton of those replays highlighting that 1v4 because it was just so damn sick, Ginny. Love to see it. Because NEXUS, talking about them more specifically, they were really quick to rotate across the bridge initially. And then they slowed things down a bit. And I think they understood we're in a really horrible position on the western side of MUERTE, so they took a very big and risky decision, which is fully send it northwest, and then we're going to transition through the entire city and sweep literally every single team north. Like here during the 1v4 versus No Mercy Warriors, Major Pride come in right after. They completely obliterate the team. NEXUS, I think, took really to heart the criticism we gave them in the league stage, and now they just started blasting, which with what I think is the best iteration of their team, which is you keep an EXO on the squad. You got Doran there also. I think that those 2 guys are absolutely popping off. And I'm really glad. And Kapahalo knows they're lingering and trying to get some work done. But really, EXO, with his nades and Doran's clutch factor, is just second to none.
Yeah, the team as well that's gone a little bit under the radar is MUERTE. It feels like they're doing a little bit better than what we've seen from them in phase 1, 2, and 3, but it's still not potentially what we were seeing from them on the early stages of spring earlier this year.
Yeah, it's been a little bit slow, though. You've got to keep in mind that Furia, if he has the nades, you know, he's always going to be able to bring it back. But I also want to bring another point. Blank says a lot of stuff that I'm like, oh, yeah, it's good stuff. It was weird because VIRTUS.PRO, I think, should have eliminated MUERTE a lot earlier in that game. So they were given ample space and opportunities to do what they want with the lobby. I don't think that should have been the case. So good on MUERTE to capitalize, get himself always that eliminations on the game and linger towards the top 5, which that is good. But from what we know of this roster, from these individual players, this is not a team that I'm just hoping to get, you know, a few points here and there. It is a team that I'm hoping to see get big chicken dinners with high eliminations when the opportunity comes up. This is a game that I don't think was going to happen because the circle was very much in favor of KONINA Power. But when that situation comes up, it is the team that I think will do very minimal mistakes and that will get those big wins that, at this point, at the first day of the finals, will be so impactful.
Yeah, we'll see how that's going to be playing out for MUERTE, because looking at the overalls as well, they do not sit in the worst position, but also
NEXUS!
Still in the top 8. And NEXUS on top. Okay, I mean, VIRTUS.PRO has creeped onto 8, KONINA Power onto 6. These are some of Dagestan on 3rd. These are like the teams that we highlighted saying like potentially contenders for what could be, you know, a different script, and it seems to be going their way.
Okay, I know there's a ton of Romanian people in the chat. Okay, spam NEXUS Let's Go in the chat right now. I'm going to be checking. If you don't spam NEXUS Let's Go in the chat, you're not a real NEXUS supporter. Okay,
we're
you
not
have to
spam
do
NEXUS.
NEXUS, yeah, NEXUS. Okay, you have to write it like that.
Let's
That's good.
go.
That's good. Let's do it. Though, MADBULLS, goddamn. Well, I'd said goddamn a lot today.
Yeah, you have.
It's
been one of those days.
It's one of those days. One placement point. Oof, that's tough for a team that we've highlighted as extremely consistent. Right now, the only reason why they're up here is because of those bonus points they got from the from the league stage. So you got to be careful because this lead could fall off significantly, and that could be scary when it comes to the PMGC points ranking, where Major Pride have got a little bit more of an upper hand situation at the start of these finals.
Yeah, a bit more of catching up to do as well, though, in the grand scheme of things. So that is also something to keep in mind of. But I think when we're looking at a team like MADBULLS, yes, they have only had 1 placement point so far. It's been 3 games, though, so something to keep in mind. We're going to be heading over to our casters because we got a little surprise for you guys.
Look at that. We're all predicting NEXUS. I'm not entirely sure for what, but at the top of the tables, I think we will take that. We will take that. I'll have my 3 extra prediction points. Thank you very much. But we're going to be heading over to the TDM bracket now. I believe, if I'm not mistaken,
Titan versus SHOCKWAVE.
Titan versus SHOCKWAVE. Okay, all right.
I know it. I know it.
You're quicker on the draw than I was, but Titan SHOCKWAVE. What do you think?
I did my homework this time around, so I don't have to bother the producer. Titan game versus SHOCKWAVE. Thank you, Tomasz. I appreciate you, man. You kept me going through all these TDS all this
Real
time.
star. The real star.
The true star. The true star. But yeah, we got Titan versus SHOCKWAVE here. I think it could be a Titan game. It could be a SHOCKWAVE game. I'm not sure. It depends how Titans are feeling.
That is how it works. Could be anyone's game. They have to finish it first. SHOCKWAVE open first, but Titan close it first. 3-1 now. An early lead for the Titans as they take that 4th as well. 3-point lead.
I got the jellyfish skin on the go. I love to see it.
Wending those tendrils around his ankles there, trying to trip everyone up.
That's cool.
Be able to find one. Goodness me.
Yeah, so basically what's happened here is Titans have eaten their Weetabix this morning. Therefore, they should win and take 3rd place. I think it's been kind of weird. We've had some of that more pop-off matches on TDM in the past. And now it feels almost like these finals are more a formality than anything for the wins.
This is, as you said, the 3rd, 4th place decider match. We've yet to crown our grand champions. Gonna have to wait a little bit longer for that. But at the moment, Titans definitely, as you say, wants to find that 3rd position. A little bit more than SHOCKWAVE, seemingly. As Icy fades back. A 4-point lead, though, not insurmountable. We've seen it swing further.
Yeah, sometimes 4 points is all you need, though. Aza has been absolutely so good in TDM. Icy just slammed by G.GLADIATORS.
They're trying to trade it off. Havlik backed off, and old boy wants to put a nade potentially, but G.GLADIATORS not finding any value for his either. Icy could catch someone unawares. Vagnazada, this is a bold push in. It goes down to an nade from Havlik.
Aza finds herself a little bit more. I'm going to start calling GG, not GGBG, because that name's too long.
get a better, shorter name. That's what Blanks just told you there. Can't deny that. Does take a while to get your mouth around though.
Yeah, well, Chops aren't used to it. It's just BG, not a good game. That's a nice flashbang right in his face.
Ooh, that's a nice little double tap there from Old Boy as well. 22-15. They've managed to open that 4-point lead a little bit further to 7. That's 3 more, in case you're wondering. Quick minutes.
Nice.
They keep it on 7. They're reasonable, but that's a huge triple net. What? Robs just boomed them apart. Unfortunately, that is bad news for Shockwave. They're going to be at a 10-point lead now for Titan with a massive nade from Robs. What a way to go.
Oh yeah, that's pretty much just confirmed it. PG can find himself as many limbs as he likes, but it's just not going to do the trick. I mean, that kind of lead there off the back of that just sends everything into flux now for Titans.
They are very much in the lead, Black, by 9 points. Another nade actually bursts straight in where they want it. Doesn't find the impact that Robs's did, but still a lot of damage. Another limb and 10 points. Still the gap, still the lead, 32, and it's 8 more necessary to be able to tip Titans up into 3rd.
They'll take a 3rd. I think Titans realistically would have loved the win, but it just was not available to them.
Not quite. Had that door shut a little bit ago. Shockwave just had a little bit of resurgence, but now 5 eliminations left. You just got to imagine Titan look for these trades. They look for the 1-for-1s, and that's all they need to do. 3 now, 2, and they are counting it down. An open spray over towards Shockwave, and the last elim to stand. Who's going to be able to find it? They are going to move on through and around the edge. Old Boy does go down, and Shockwave have balled up into a little bit of a unit here. Icy has the angle though, and he looks for the shots. Robs in the end though, to be able to pinch that one away. 10-point lead, 40-30, and Titan move up to 3rd.
Yeah, wonderful little match there from Titans. Like I said, depends how they're feeling. Felt like they were feeling pretty good that game, put it that way. So they've been able to take that game very handily. Helps that Robs gets himself a 3 elim with the nade too. So it will be Titan Gaming taking our 3rd place position. Congratulations to them. If we had it, we'd have like an applaud sound animation. I'll do it for you. Well done. Good job. Perfect. But yeah, great stuff, great stuff. We will be seeing our 1st and 2nd place being decided tomorrow, so you have to wait and find out. Obviously, you're probably watching for the finals too, but it's finals of the finals TDM. So make sure you tune in for that too.
It's not the finals, because there's more finals after those finals. So,
yeah. Is there no more finals for the TDM on the final day of finals?
no, there will be a final, as you say, finally tomorrow. Or, yes, tomorrow. So, on with the finals. Into the dunes, the dusty dunes of Miramar now, for our 2nd helping of the desert. I much prefer it when it's pronounced dessert, but unfortunately, it's not going to be so sweet for plenty of these teams.
I'd made myself some cinnamon buns the other day.
Oh, that is... Can I come round?
You could do. We've got like Biscoff iced glazing.
Whoa,
I'm fat now.
that's me. Oh my day. How many did you make?
Like a good solid 8, I reckon.
That is a shift and a half you've put in.
Yeah, they were good. They were really, really tasty. Massively good. And just like the cinnamon dusted on top of the sandy dunes of Miramar, we'll see what happens, because this is always a tasty match. Off to a good start already, obviously, here in these finals. Alpha team, I just really want to go downstairs and have my cinnamon rolls, basically. But yeah, Alpha team heading down towards Labadita. They're not acquiescing to the request from Titans to just leave that hot drop alone anymore. They would like to continue staying on this spot. I think Titans are going to try and punish them for that again. It depends if Titans even make it the champs, really. And to be honest with the way they're currently playing, I don't see it.
It is kind of rough for them right now. They, as you kind of highlighted it last match, right? They just went in a little bit higgledy-piggledy, helter-skelter, harem-scarum, all of these words, Britishisms, all meaning chaotic and not good in the end.
I'm glad that you clarified at the end there.
Yes.
I thought you were going to leave everyone in the dark. Like, all these Britishisms, which I will not explain.
I feel like, to be fair, sometimes that's the best way to go, but not this time around, no. A central circle, and the scrap for Alpha will be pretty close by on the doorstep.
It's always actually a little bit easier for Alpha as well, because they play in the high ground. So for Titans, this is never an easy fight for them. So they would just make it very difficult for themselves every single time. You can see over the live finals rankings. NEXUS currently in first place with 98 points. MADBULLS sat behind them in second place. Just off that buffer, you know, they started today with 78 points, currently 89. So by no means are they doing badly, but it's not good enough. I think there are teams underneath them which would love a podium finish.
Certainly, I would say probably all of them would love it. Trying to clamber their way on up, but there can be only 3 podium finishes, Blank. And that's the tough thing. There are winners, sure, but there are just those losers hanging about in this lobby. There are plenty. Although, to be fair, everybody who's made it here is still very much, I would say, deserving of this spot. I think that you could...
You're all winners.
Yeah, in our hearts, you're all winners, but actually you're losers, because you can't all win.
It's true. Sadly, at the end of the day. But we get a very central circle, so I think everyone's winning in terms of this Miramar, in terms of the position of the circle itself. This is fairly happy to work with. I don't think anyone's too put out by this one. Dagestan currently trying to get back on the bike, really, in my opinion, because I think they definitely had a strong first game on Miramar as well, so looking for another one here. However, it's just not been the same since, right? You know, some of these pushes have felt a bit fragmented, a bit disjointed. So for Dagestan, perhaps need to get the head just a little bit in the game again. For MADBULLS, I feel like the pressure is definitely mounting here. After what has been one of the most wonderful performances over a league phase, it kind of brings you back to like maybe a year ago where MADBULLS did a very similar thing where their league stage are amazing. You know, chef's kiss, mwah, cinnamon rolls, beautiful. But their finals always leave something a little bit to be desired, and I don't know what's going on there with them. Just do what you did for the last 6 weeks.
I mean,
that's so much to ask for, MADBULLS.
they kind of did the same thing over at PMGC as well when they qualified over there. They
just pretend this is the league stage.
They got into those PMGC league stages and then just cut a fart and left. Really, to be honest, it left a bad stink in the air.
Hey, MADBULLS, we're here currently playing the league stage phase 4. Which will last a total of 3 days.
Yes, 6 matches a day. You're playing all of them. That's 2 more than you've been used to, but it's just the 4th phase. It's just 4th phase.
It's just phase 4. That's all it is. Phase.
Hopefully, they haven't been taking lessons from Marvel because their phase 4 needs to be good.
Yeah. I think like any phase after phase 3 is bad. You know, any plan that has more than 3 phases, terrible plan.
It's true. It's true. It's just too many phases.
Yeah. You've made a confusing plan at that point.
Nobody understands.
Least of all me.
It was, I can't remember who it was who said it first, but, you know, they do say that no plan survives first contact with the enemy, you know? And that's, if you've got 3 phases already, that's just about at the limit of how far your plan can go into that first contact. 4, too many. Beyond the limit. Some 17th century Duke, I don't know.
Scared.
Some bloke said that.
Okay.
I think he knew what he was talking about.
All right. Fair play. We're going to talk about the game now a little bit.
Yeah,
SBG in summertime. Not doing great. Come on, guys. I want to see more. They were in a great position over on Sanhok, and they just kind of gave it all away. They're one of the few teams with 4 players left remaining. Just done.
They've been slowly climbing the tables as well over in the league stages. 13th, 9th to 7th. Can they go higher?
Oh, that scared me.
What?
That scared.
What?
Dude, if anyone's watching at home right now and you thought your phone just froze, it was just the game. I had the fright of my life. I was like, has my whole PC just crashed? Because the car just wasn't moving, yet it was making the ticking noise that sounds like my PC has died.
Oh,
so,
dear.
Yeah, I was worried there for a second. Luckily, that's not the case, because you started talking, I was like, oh, back to reality.
Still got gravity as well. It's great news for everyone involved. VIRTUS.PRO planting their feet, getting those tyres dug into the dunes, getting on the bike as well, down towards, well, south of Cruz del Valle, moving past that water treatment area, over towards the east point of Hacienda, down that hill to the east of it. Likely looking for that position just southeast of San Martin.
Max has been linking data sets over in the background.
Oh, look at that.
Currently, Mr. Doran from NEXUS squad is on 16 limbs, 2300 damage.
Jeez.
Closest behind them is Nomi, 7 limbs.
It's 9. I think that's on MVP rating. I think 9 limbs from Elementrix is behind it, but still a 7-point lead.
That's kind of small. It's kind of small.
Over 3 matches
It's kind of small.
for now.
No, for Elementrix, it's kind of small.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Compared to
it's-
16, it's kind of small.
Yeah. 16, so big, so big.
Yeah. Humongous. I've lost the plot.
You really have. You know what? Ever since we mentioned cinnamon rolls, you've been down the.
Yeah, I'm just salivating right now.
Do you want to? I'll tell you what. Do you want to go and get a cinnamon roll right now, and I'll take it for a minute.
No.
You can go and sort yourself.
That's a whole dealio, you know. Microwave it, get out the ice cream, you know, set a candle,
Have a candle. Get the
buy
bath.
myself some roses.
That's fair.
There's a difficult process. Okay.
Should we talk about the really hard shift that's just happened on phase 2 of Miramar?
We can do. Yeah.
There's a really hard shift that's just happened on phase 2 of Miramar. It's all the way down south. KONINA Power going to send straight for the middle. KASIK competing for it. Over the west side, northwest side, you've got Major Pride, who are continually being overlooked by SBG, high up on their perch on the mountain side. In fact, I mean, this is a bold push, but you kind of have to make it. Snowix not landing the shots. He's not got ammo as well. He only has 6 bullets behind. Navalo similarly a little bit destitute on the ammo count. They're probably going to try and split that one up. But that's unfortunate. They're going to allow Major Pride to get away with that. And the Gladiators are going to shimmy on in from that north edge.
Yeah, I mean, they've still got 2 players off them. Pretty good, I would say, for SBG, who have a fairly consistent rotational plan in mind to head down towards the south side, you know, through the foothills above Picado, into Picado itself, and then you can kind of make a rotate out from there. And they also find Icy in the process, so they are clearing out teams left, right, and center. Gladiators would love to have a good game right now, and very much kind of needed for this team. Navalo has just been sick with these shots so far, really nice. I mean, you've been able to just kind of lay down your belly, hit some really easy shots with the stable firing power of the M4. It's good stuff. 83 points. Gladiators get themselves a good game right now. They catapult themselves towards that top side of the table, even maybe over the top of NEXUS. Down towards that southeast side. Yeah, no, not allowed.
VIRTUS.PRO losing Elementrix here. No chance you get that one back, but maybe they find a little bit of an answer, but not really getting anything either. Aza moves around. They know weight is on this off angle, and this should just be curtains. Does have just that dip, that party bus as well to play on, but he pushes up to the ridgeline. Aza will spot this on the shoulder peak, be able to plant this nade. A little bit short though. A little bit too long on the cook, and Wait is able to open up towards Wagner Zada. Terminus rotating around as well. 2 players now from Shockwave playing. Sorry, 3 players on this little mound here. They've left their player on the northwest. Zadira just a little bit further out. Sorry, knows. Wagner Zada further out. As he tries to get the challenge over the top of the hill and will be able to win it off against Ruda. And that is beautiful news for the Shockwave players.
Yeah, very, very nice there. I mean, it did look like it was going a little bit badly, but certainly brought it back. Just Beck remaining, so Shockwave should be able to get in. Nice play from the north side. MADBULLS down towards the southwest, John. We'll have to move in, but DeMuerte taking central spot. Again, I think this is a bit deceiving in terms of position on the circle, just because like you're playing on this ridge side for DeMuerte. It's fairly open towards teams on that northern edge. You got the dip over towards the north side as well, so I think for DeMuerte, not the most ideal of spots. I kind of like where KASIK currently playing, just on looking from that western side. They're about to meet some fairly heavy opposition from SBG, TUNA, Major Pride, Gladiators potentially as well. So difficult to call this finishing circle, I would say.
I mean, this big crater in the middle of the circle as well, just to the east side of Picado. Really difficult for a lot of these teams to move in. Titan are right at the bottom of it. But you're right, it's just very, very difficult to call. A lot of gaps, a lot of space. But all of it treacherous to try and move through. To MUERTE repositioning. They're trying to figure out the best way to hold on to this set of buildings. And the 2-2 split is what they've opted for. They're not that far away at all, about 100 meters from one another, so a very easy reposition should they need to get these pickups. And hopefully be able to hold on to that one for quite a while. I think it was you and Jackie, if I'm not mistaken, who had MUERTE in your top 3 overall, so
yep.
You're rooting for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually really liked MUERTE as a team. It's just they've been not having the best of games recently. It's MADBULLS versus Gladiators. Quite an important fight on our screen right now with Matic taking shots. I think there's a player behind, but it's Dagestan able to take some good shots. Will be Frozen God to get out the vehicle. Matic will have to pop off. He absolutely does, but so many casualties been sent through towards Gladiators. Now just 2 players left alive. Not likely to be a very strong game here. At least a couple of eliminations go their way. Zerich continues to be a nuisance from the backside.
Tulika very split though, so if the 2 players from the Gladiators decide to just direct a fight, take one, they might be able to find it. Tixi and Matic is a fearsome duo. The highest caliber players, I think, on this roster, for my money. Put 2 in a gunfight, it would be these 2, but unfortunately Zerich, he has been so clean over the league stages. This is MVP himself. Unfortunately, will be picked up by a third party. And that might allow Matic to get back up as well. Tixi wants the challenge against Tulika. Will be able to open for the first set of sprays, but the strafe is good. They're both going to have to go for it again, but does manage to finally land that final shot. And Matic will be back up. 2 players from Gladiators on that south side.
It was a crazy zigzag from Tulika, and you gotta imagine not only is it a crazy zigzag from Tulika, but it's crazy the amount of shots he's able to hit whilst moving like that as well over towards Tixi. And Tixi just holds the spray, holds his ground, makes it happen just like that. So pretty wonderfully done from him. We'll at least keep Matic still in the game alongside him, so we can get a little bit further into this one. But with only MADBULLS been the other team to go down, which again is a big storyline, with a team that, you know, just wants to do really well here in Phase 4 finals.
It's been a little bit lackluster from a lot of these heavy hitters as well across the lobby. SBG trying to poke their noses in on the north side. A really treacherous move near Alpha, near KASIK as well, who have a ridge far off to the west, about 400 meters out from them. So just about within range, very close to it. Gladiators losing Matic to the vehicle going up is twofold a bad thing. 1, they lose the vehicle, and 2, they have to spend time getting this res.
Yeah, it's unideal, right? It's super duper unideal for Gladiators. And with Dagestan still with 2 players behind, 2 players in front, it's a very awkward position to be playing in. NEXUS taking down the Foobs, man.
Oh.
That's VULGAR losing one of their big boys on the squad.
This is a replay of the MADBULLS scrapping it with the Gladiators. A bloody fight between these 2. What should be heavy hitters in this log, as we've said. These 2 teams just lacking momentum so far. Hopefully after today they'll be able to look back at all of these games and really lock down the sample that they've been able to pull out. 2 maps for each of the battlegrounds. I need to get this research on, because right now this is not what you want. This is not what you need to see.
Tixi. Just chill off in the distance there. Shot out by Zadira and completely knows exactly where he's playing. They just need to get further in towards the spot. So it's a nice rotate from them. It's not likely to keep them in the circle for too long, but better than nothing at this point in time to try and get further into this game. KASIK still playing on that western edge, but very curious to see where this next circle goes. I don't think any team really understands where the best spot to be, and all they've done is they try and isolate everyone towards themselves, a nice little spot in terms of a compounded area, try to get a scouting position around it, and work off the back of that. It's realistically the best thing they can do. And teams with 2 players or less are just hiding this one out as much as possible. I mean, Titans, Gladiators, 2 ones to spring to mind immediately.
TUNA really worried about this building. No one's in there. And it is right in between their split as well, so I guess they are just crossing the I's and dotting the T's on that. Just making sure there is no threat, because they, to be fair, they need every advantage for this push on that western flank. Very difficult approach to KONINA Power. Next circle just about to pop. The road splitting this circle, really impactful. And again, it goes straight down the middle here. MUERTE with a great spot.
Yeah, MUERTE happy with this one. I think MUERTE particularly could do extremely well in this game. The thing I'm worried about, though, is NEXUS off in the distance towards that southeast side jump.
That's what I'm thinking as well. Those hills do overlook that compound that MUERTE sits in. So it is potential for just a cheeky couple of shots to come through, unless NEXUS are stopped from progressing by VULGAR boys, by Dagestan potentially as well to that southwest side. Their 2-2 split for Dagestan needs to look to regroup now. So dangerous for NEXUS, sure, but if they can get that hilltop control, they'll have a much better time of things.
The rest of the map, though, Alpha over towards northeast side, could potentially get themselves a fairly decent spot in this game. It's unfortunate they just lost a player as well, because I think that on maps like this where it's very heavily terrain-based, that's where Alpha seems to do their best. Tixi goes down to the play zone, just has nowhere to move out from, and Limbo will find Matic in the meantime. I think they knew their days were numbered. They go out with 3 points total, not ideal. Marlow also has to deal with a player flying in towards their position. So Vito, up front and personal, tries to lob the buggy over their edge, but will get shot out of it, plinged into the air, ejected like James Bond.
So 2 points from the judges there. Did not stick the landing, unfortunately. Purple hopping out, trying to pull Zero back into the mix, and it is quite a bit of a blender for them on the southwest side. Crunched out. A triple to MUERTE prediction. You've gone for the northern side of Titan, who are in the middle of that crater that sits up to the north side of the road. To be fair, they're probably one of the more isolated teams and likely to hit that top 3.
I've gone for the Teen Titans. We're going to see what happens with them. You know, I think they have the strength, they've got the power to make this one happen.
All right.
Potentially. Basically, I'm banking on a northwest circle.
Okay. You've gone for a gamble play. I respect
I'm gambling. Yeah. I'm going to be gambling on all my predictions for the next...
You can't just say that.
2 days.
Hang on a minute. Isn't that just how predictions work?
No.
All right. Nade over the top. Pretty beautiful stuff over towards KONINA Power for KASIK team playing as 2. Just Palucci now left to handle. Ingush moves forwards for the flushes. And Palucci has been spotted. He's trying to find Trofka. Turns his attention to Ingush as well, but there's a nade launching on forwards. That's going to be curtains. Well handled by KASIK on the west side.
Very well handled by KASIK. Again, another team that kind of looked at earlier on, and I was like, you know what? This is not a bad spot. However, can they deal with the Titans, who currently have one of the best positions in the game? You know, right at the bottom of this crater, obviously with the low ground advantage.
I don't like the words that you've said.
Yeah, I'm not sure sarcasm really translate very well though, so I might have to stop doing that.
Yeah,
people might think I'm being serious.
Yeah, I was on the fence, but no, Titan now on the edge of the circle, as I said before. Probably fairly likely they can make it to top 3. I don't know about the legs that they've got to get to that top spot, but losing a player
low
certainly
ground
not the way
advantage.
to go. Yeah, with their low ground advantage. They have been spotted as well, and another knock sent their way.
Yeah, not ideal. I think that first knock as well will kind of open themselves up to assault from a lot of squads. I mean, they are taking shots over towards KASIK. English tries to find themselves a good position, but oh boy, nice shot from him. Find at least one. Dagestan, I feel like we haven't really paid too much attention to, but you know, their Miramar, extremely good. And right now, they are battling on this south side. They have to move up towards NEXUS, though, as we know. Currently, one of the more fearsome squads in the lobby at the moment. Just have some super good games underneath their belt.
They have to push in past NEXUS. They spotted Doran. NEXUS on a little bit of a split, and this is the position that I'm worried about MUERTE being able to hold off against. Anybody north of the road should be easy pickings for them, but the conclusion of this fight will impact that central stronghold that MUERTE have been sat in for such a long time. As NEXUS look for the fight, Limbo takes some damage, but Kapahala needs to be careful himself. Zadira close enough to be a danger, to be a threat, to be within nade range. Cooking one up for Kapahala. Can he polish off the plate? The nade bursts short. Doesn't quite find the edge of the rock that he was looking for. And the cover is good. Redox spotted behind the vehicle. Repositions to the back tire. And Zadira just about clips the ankle. NEXUS, unfortunate. MUERTE are flexing out wildly out to the southwest in the meantime. I've no idea why they've gone that far. Milky Way has been knocked, but No Mercy Warriors are down in the meantime. Doran opens up for Shifu. And will be able to get that flush as well. Dagestan playing as 3. NEXUS struggling with 2, but they will be able to equalize the numbers. As the shots from Limbo do not find their mark, he will go down as Doran is still in the mix, and we know how devastating this man is today. He is on the warpath. He wants more as well, and Dagestan will fall to him once more. 4 eliminations this match. He is unstoppable today.
Yeah, it's seriously good. I mean, that's up to 20 total on the day. Fantastic stuff from him. SPG currently battling off against Titans, who got an initial knock over their way. Old Boy also sent a knock over towards Milky Way, which certainly did delay MUERTE. It didn't allow them to get up towards NEXUS, and in a way, kind of assists Titans just a little bit. Right now, just a lot of nades been sent across. I think for Titans, this does have a bit of a timer on it, with VULGAR boys also making their way across from that east side. Be a bit scared if I was them. I think I've seen this position multiple times in the past as well. It's just not a good spot to hold.
This 2-2 split from MUERTE. I mean, they sent out to get rid of No Mercy Warriors. See if they can orchestrate. This should be MUERTE just picking this one up. If they can hold NEXUS from the north, that's all they need to find. But it's easier said than done. You see their west flank still yet to regroup fully. They don't have that ability to go for it, given that the fight with NEXUS and Dagestan concluded. See the oversight that they have.
Yeah, I just don't particularly think Titans' push over towards SPG was necessary. I think they could have probably played down towards this western side, finished off the player that Old Boy found towards MUERTE, maybe championed a southern edge. Interesting play from Titans, and I can't really complain. I mean, Titans do these things all the time. Wasn't like I shouldn't have expected this. Right now, SPG, though, up to 10 eliminations. Really high elim count game for them. They've had some serious control over this northeast edge for quite some time now. Corco will find EXO as well as Doran as they're passing. A really strong sideswipe there from both those players.
Should be fairly simple on the flush here. Milky Way dodging behind the tires. I don't think NEXUS expected there to be 2 players out this wide either. They actually went out and put themselves right in the middle of a crossfire. A nade from Furia finds Redox. If Kapahala goes down here, they can regroup onto the compound that they have pushed out of and try and hold this one down. They need to move up towards Kapahala. They've isolated his position. 2 players beat the ridgeline and they put him down. No knocks sent back their way as well. And now they need to get ahead of the game, get back to those buildings and play this roadside blank.
That's fantastic from Milky Way as well as MUERTE. It should just be a cheeky win for them. Alar just shifts down towards that south side. Pylaus is out, and Old Boy's trying to hold off versus MUERTE. Oh, not an ideal situation. Tresley healing in the meantime.
Old boy with danger. Circling. Fades back. He doesn't have a lot of ammo in the back pocket. Only 3 outside of the magazine he had. Tresley eliminated. 3 teams now remain. Into the final 3. Only 2 players on the teams that aren't MUERTE here. SBG further over the hill than Titan. Titan are in this circle, and it's all on SBG to make their move first. MUERTE don't need to pull the trigger here. They should know that they have the numbers advantage.
Yeah, it's sort of a cruel circle for these teams in Titans as well as SPG. They have to team up versus MUERTE now, though. I think both SPG and Titans understand that. If they don't, you know, they're not likely to get a higher placement. That is a kind of a crazy push. Oh boy, I won't lie.
And it is punished, rather deservedly, by the shots. 13 eliminations on MUERTE's tally. Can they rack it all up? Can they get that 16 that is available? They're able to find all 3. SPG want to pinch one of those away, and Havlik will fall. So 12 eliminations on the cards for SPG. A massive game from the French roster. So lovely to see them perform. You said you wanted to see that earlier on, and they're just going to deny. Victor burns himself away. They want the challenge, sure, but there's the spray downhill, and MUERTE able to pick that one up. SPG at the end just gave up and will allow MUERTE to move on through from that compound. They were able to get there early. They didn't need to move, and they played it really, really nicely with some pretty interesting flexes on their 2-2 escape to the southwest.
Yeah, it's a kind of a curious play from Victor as well, because it felt like Alar kind of wanted to keep that game going. I'm not going to lie. So a bit strange, but Victor's like, you know what, I'm done. I'm done playing. I'm dropping the ball off my feet, and I'm going to get myself a drink, okay?
He needed a wee. He just really needed a wee.
We're done, okay? But yeah, a good game. Titans get themselves a nice little 3rd place there as well. I thought VULGAR boys could maybe do a little bit more, but again, I think that finals pressure is certainly there for them. They could have been way more aggressive on that eastern side.
Well, there you go. MUERTE able to keep control. We're going to go back over to the studio. Blank's going to figure out if he has time to go and get a cinnamon roll, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Ooh. Last cinnamon roll for MUERTE, but a chicken dinner, which in my books is even better considering that they closed this one out, especially as MUERTE, a team that we've kind of had a couple of questions about. Even before this game started, we're saying they're flying under the radar. We haven't seen too much for them, and they're like, hold on, let us prove you wrong.
Yeah, winner, cinnamon bun dinner right now is going to be going for MUERTE. We were a little bit skeptical. I don't know, I just tried. I tried.
That was horrible.
Fair enough. But we were a little bit skeptical, right, Ginny, during this game about MUERTE's 2-2 split. I was looking at Milky Way and Fura thinking, it's maybe a bit of a stretch, but the fact that they were not punished for that split just allowed them to apply so much pressure on your No Mercy Warriors, on your Dagestans, on your Nexus, that they could not even get remotely close to their compound. So very impressive they were able to exude that much pressure in the first place. But I do have to say, SPG, you said it as a meme earlier. Oh, SPG, maybe you could predict them, like they could do well. I did not expect them to do this well. They were blasting up north, getting 12 eliminations here. What an impressive run for what I think was one of the toughest rotations in this game.
I didn't say it as a meme. I actually meant it. But also for Titan, though, for them to be able to get one of those podium finishes, considering the situation they've been in, where they had to cross, I think looking at this final page, MADBULLS, VIRTUS.PRO, Major Pride, specifically MADBULLS and Major Pride down there. But I think you're kind of correct when we're looking at MUERTE and the fact that they were able to get this far with the split and not getting punished for it. That's really great for them because it gives them a lot of pressure. But for me, also, it brings a lot of questions in terms of how the lobby is performing and how come none of the other teams have just grabbed this opportunity by the horns and steered the game in their own favorable direction.
I'm not going to lie, I don't know if you feel the same way than I do about this. These finals have gone the complete different direction than what I've initially...
No, but yes, absolutely.
It is not at all with the expectations that were set for the big storylines of your Gladiators, your Major Pride, your MADBULLS, all aiming for PMGC, trying to have a big influence before heading into the championship. And the fact that we've had Dagestan starting off really well. You got now MUERTE with their chicken dinner. You got yourself Nexus Dodgers become, it seems like, a completely different team. It's so weird. So I do expect the big three to come back eventually, but right now the other teams are just stealing the show, stealing the limelight, which makes me happy because it just sets up different perspectives for these finals.
Yeah, we also have a bit of a illustration segment ready just to further highlight how bonkers some of these things have been going on that we didn't expect to see in the finals, but we still do.
Yeah, this is a fight then between KASIK team and KONINA Power, and this is a really initial good hold from KONINA Power, and I wanted to highlight initially KASIK team doing a mistake, which is not holding the southern side of this mountaintop, which made it very easy for KONINA Power to push, but we keep highlighting the KASIK team may be a bit up, topsy-turvy team. The fragging power is ever present for these guys. Trovkan English in particular is such a standout player. And one singular mistake from KONINA Power, which is holding that dip a little bit too long, one nade it makes the entire difference at the end. So KONINA Power, good approach, but when it comes to finalizing that fight, you just got to be a little bit faster to do so. Otherwise, a team like, I mean, you're now with the best 16 teams in Europe, you are going to get punished for being a bit too slow to pull the trigger. So hopefully KONINA Power can see that and adjust a little bit to speed up those fights.
Yeah, and a point as well that we were touching upon before heading into this was the fact that some of these bigger teams have not really had a chance to pop off yet. I mean, looking at the top damage dealers, it just only further confirms that storyline. When we're looking at SBG, the MUERTE, NEXUS, Dagestan, and KONINA Power, how often realistically have we seen these teams specifically continuously show up during one singular playday with some of the top 3 teams not showing up at all? And to me, that's also a little worrying because yes, of course, it's only day 1, but at the end of the day, like, it is 3 days of finals and we've already had a total of 4 battlegrounds being played. We still have 2 more coming, so I think it's really a matter of seeing whether or not these teams can survive maybe a little bit longer. I mean, we're gonna start off the highlights immediately by a little bit of an oopsie scenario for Major Pride.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate the way Major Pride did get themselves an early encounter and went out early. This fight too, MADBULLS versus Gladiators, cancelling out each other, which is so odd, but I kind of understood because MADBULLS is a team that likes to drop northeast of the map, so this is a very obvious, natural transition point, I'd even say, based on how they drop, but yeah, it was very topsy-turvy in this fight with Gladiators. And of course, after that, Dagestan had a split, they saw opportunities, and their split also, we were talking about the MUERTE's angle, Dagestan also, egregious split that didn't get punished, but because MADBULLS, GG were in the middle and in the thick of their fight, not really able to deal with the threat of Dagestan, they just get themselves 3 eliminations again. So the lobby is just bullying these big 3 squads right now, which is very, very surprising. And then Furia just, you give Furia nades, you know you're in for a good time. Yeah.
Yeah, in for a good time as well in terms of some of the teams that have been able to stand up. And you said it already, things have not been potentially going as we might have expected them to. That's such a great storyline as well because some of these top 3 teams struggling, or as you put it, the entire lobby kind of going against them, it does set other teams up for success, and they've been able to show us that given the right circumstances, given the right environment, success is definitely something that is not foreign to them.
Yeah, success pretty good if you can do it. Yeah. It's pretty nice.
If you
actually, to talk about MUERTE more specifically, this is more of like an in-depth approach. I think that some people might be looking back at that game thinking, oh, MUERTE pushing onto NEXUS, that's a bit risky because there's northern teams that could aim to third party. I think the timing of that fight, despite being really hard to execute, it's perfect for MUERTE because you eliminate an off-angle threat, which is NEXUS, and north you have SBG, you have Titan, you have VULGAR boys all fighting one another, so they have no opportunity to third-party that fight. So MUERTE have free range to do whatever the hell they want, Ginny, pretty much. And look at that, 6th elimination for Fury. This is a lot closer to the MUERTE we know and love. And we mentioned it just before this game, right? That if they are given an opportunity, they are going to get not just a simple chicken dinner, they are going to frag out big time and be so much higher on the rankings.
Yeah, and they've done both this time around, which is going to impact the way that they're sitting on the overall as well, climbing all the way up to 1st with 97 points. I bet if Galash was here, he would be the happiest man on the planet because I would ask, is MUERTE a 10th place team? And he would say, no, they're actually 2nd place, Ginny, and that is correct.
That's... Yeah, I know what, I'd actually see that happening. That seemed like a pretty obvious one. But NEXUS still on top right now with 107 points. Loving it. It'll be good. We had a lot of question marks, I think it's fair to say, Ginny, that after the Spring Championship, where the hell with this team? PMRC, god-awful. And the start of this season, not really what we wanted to see from NEXUS, but this is a lot more in line with the championships, and I hope they're not going to fall off. I want to see this trend continue for the Romanian lads.
Yeah, I would love to see it as well. So thank you, Monster, for giving us the energy to be able to see every single one of these maps and get over them and see some of these incredible plays. We're going to be heading over to our casters who are going to be walking you through the final Sanhok of today because we have one more map coming up after, but let's see who's going to be, getting top limbs this time around.
NEXUS in that top spot. Blank, we are happy about that. We love to see the Romanian squad riding strong yet again. Kapahala, the warlord, beating his bongos, heading them to victory.
Goodness me, that's a lot. That's a lot that you've thrown out there. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy to see it. It's sort of interesting that is the way things have shaken up right now. I think a lot of that is down to Doran. And Doran has his pop-off days, right? We need to see this more than just once, though. So I think that tomorrow will definitely be that day where we'll start to see things kind of shift back into place. But, you know, a full 10 points ahead versus the MUERTE is kind of a big deal right now. And for Nexus, what a wonderful performance from them so far. Again, Doran, a lot is to be thanked to him for how well they have done currently with 32 eliminations, like the highest by far in this lobby. And remember, they did start with a huge amount of bonus points, right? 8th place in the general rankings, and last week 8th place. I just feel like very much 8th place around team. Yeah, seems about right to me.
That is absolutely insane what Doran has been able to do. I think he was able to pick up 20 of the 32 eliminations that Nexus have right now. He's almost equaling the placement points that the team has overall, which is kind of nuts, especially when you consider they've already had a chicken dinner today. A nice little spread for us. Again, KASIK team reposition away, but Gladiators are looking to maybe insert themselves into that KASIK supply line, cut them off, and play for a stronger trifecta position later on, leaving Tixi, and I think that's Meku, down towards that south side to potentially play that split between the 2-2 of KASIK.
Yeah, I have seen this before, and again, it's one of those things that only really works when you have the 2-2 split, with 2 players playing up on the mountain and then 2 players underneath. Be very careful though. I think the amount of times Tixi's gone down in a position like this before on his own is quite egregious, so I hope that he is playing a little bit more safe in this situation. Down towards the south side, Titans again holding Painan to themselves. Circle feels a little bit more dominantly shifted down towards that south side, so I think Titans could potentially have themselves a little bit better of a game here. That being said, could easily shift back up towards boot camp again.
Could be, could be. Tell you what should be is you guys heading over to the social media channels. Check out the social links you can see on your screens right now. Scan that QR code and all of Max's fantastic memes will be presented to you at the touch of a button. And who could say no to that?
No one. It's impossible.
Literally no one. I've never heard anyone do it.
If you're able to do it, you have a will stronger than Doran.
Will to be unhappy, which is a weird thing to be sure about.
Yeah, just to be sure.
For sure.
So if you want to be unhappy, don't click the link. There you go, a little bit of reverse psychology coming at you.
It's true.
Swift.
It's the only way.
Like the songbird.
Oh, I like it. Okay. All right. Okay. English. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to be swift enough to get away from the bullets that Tixi pours down upon him into the field. And he picks up that first elimination. A good catch, and KASIK now down to 3. Which allows Gladiators a potentially better move south, which, with the circle as it is, likely they're going to have to make, right? Because Unicorn's now swimming across, and it opens up a little bit more opportunity here for the Gladiators to just take control of that trifecta early, should they want to.
Yeah, it's really important that they're able to take this. And I like this adjustment coming from Gladiators as well. Kind of makes things much easier for them in the long run. So very, very fantastic from the Gladiators, because they know that at some point they're going to have to start pushing down towards that south side. They don't want to have to deal with another team on top of dealing with MADBULLS. That would just be a little bit too much, be a little bit silly. Come on now. None of that, please. Yeah, again, a lot has changed going into the final, so a lot of teams bringing out some new tactics, some new tricks.
Trying to make it work. Shockwave. Descending. Might spot Meku, or certainly will spot Meku. Can he find anything? Not entirely sure, but he's just going to get rolled up on and taken away.
Yeah, I'd be upset if I was Gladiators right now. That is not ideal. Again, having Meku alive, sort of an important factor in this game. With him now down, you know, all that work was sort of for nothing. Getting rid of the majority of the players coming through from KASIK, or at least one of their players, which have made their rotations a lot easier, only to fall prey to SHOCKWAVE, who again, you know, it's you solve one problem, you create another, right? Because a lot of times they have players up towards that north side, they tend to shift over towards the west as well, so they avoid a position like this coming through from SHOCKWAVE. Yeah, a bit of a unhappy experience for them.
It's not the best. But you have to take the lumps sometimes. Hopefully they'll be able to fight through. NEXUS certainly been taking their fair share of lumps over the last couple of matches, but they have been absolutely dishing out as good as they get. This is very impressive. As we've highlighted before, it is a big performance from Doran that is really allowing them to float, to distill themselves towards the top.
They've taken their lumps.
Yeah,
What?
that's a thing.
Is it?
Yeah.
I've never heard of such a gruesome thing before.
Have you not?
No.
Well, that's. I mean, it is, I guarantee you, it's a phrase. Maybe it is another Britishism.
Possibly.
Maybe you're not privy to it. You know.
I don't think I am privy to it.
Oh no, we did keep that one a secret from you. Sorry.
Good. I'm glad. I never want to hear it again.
What do you mean?
Ugh. Gross. Just like Barn. Disgusting.
I've googled it. It's a thing.
Good. I'm glad. Don't say it though.
I think apparently it's American. Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I'll take it back. I'll never say it again. Now I know it's American.
I can't believe you're American now.
No. Can't be having that.
It's made me feel ill.
Look.
You've made me sick.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that I've made you sick.
Yeah, that's wrong. That's wrong, that. Just like what has happened to Gladiators so far. Kitsune now down 2. This is wrong, man. It's not right. It's not what I want to see. 87 points. Again, going to fall further down the rankings. Really not where Gladiators want to be. Again, a team that can pop off on that final day. You know, change their fate a little bit. Realign those stars.
It's the day one gladiators who come in to play, seemingly, every finals that they're in. And they need to be a little bit stronger than that, hopefully. Step up. A nice shift, I think, actually, all things considered. It does give the teams a little kick to make that decision to go over to the mainland, over to that east side, and doesn't leave 2 sets, you know, split across either of the islands that it could be. So I'm a fan. I'm a fan of this shift. We'll see if any of these teams are, because right now the VULGAR boys certainly not too happy being pinched in the middle.
Yeah, you kind of don't really want to be towards the center of this particular circle. A lot of teams are going to be looking your way. Kind of want to just shift towards the edge, shimmy on that side, try and play around some of these ridge lines, some of the hilltops, get some elevation. Realistically, stage 2 right now is a lot about scouting. Figure out where you want to play from the rest of this game, figure out where circle 3 goes, play off the back of that. Gladiators
Seemingly, actually, extracting some value from this scrap. SHOCKWAVE just down to Scars. He's pretty far away from the rest of them. We'll be lucky to get one back up, actually, at this point. And MADBULLS has got that angle. Tixi below him as well. Nothing really he can do here. I imagine Terminus just goes down. Potentially Azer as well, who's even further away. This is really unfortunate for SHOCKWAVE. They've lost far more than they should have done, given that they were able to take down 2 of the Gladiators early. It's real bad news for SHOCKWAVE on the northwest side. I mean, yeah, absolutely. They're going to have to be worried about keeping that influence over the positions that SHOCKWAVE have flanked them from as well. This adjustment through the Painan difference has really had an impact, though. As we were talking about in the first match, it's kind of bubbled over into this second match as well. Be very interesting to see how much further it goes. The Gladiators, yeah. Oh, they moved their drop spot from Lakawi to Cave. Well, the Gladiators are scuppered now, aren't they? Oh. Ow. Blink of an eye. Certainly miss it if you looked away, but there you go. Narvalo cutting the Vulgar boys down to size. That was earlier on where they were sort of caught in the middle of the previous circles, trying to find it. Prime real estate right now for No Mercy Warriors, right on that junction compound, slap bang, most central team in the circle. But they've got Alpha to their south, they've got Major Pride to their north, Dagestan to the east, KASIK to the west, and it's a tough time for them. The circle shunts down southwest, keeps a little bit of that south side in bounds, and the MADBULLS might be able to play along that. But nobody, crucially, has taken the walled compound to the north of Painan Blanc. The nades over the top. Zderich looking for the Gladiators to find this. The Gladiators not used to the MADBULLS being here for so long. They have normally just sent very, very quickly across the river, but now it's all down to Matic, and it will not be enough, unfortunately. Frozen does go down, will need to be rezzed, but the MADBULLS usually a lot faster. A lot faster to be able to get across this river. Normally they are in that compound, the walled compound that I spoke about earlier, although there have been a couple of instances of them getting there and immediately being pushed on by another team, having that taken away, or certainly losing players in that environment. So maybe they rethought it a little bit. They're a little bit more hesitant to go for that. The other place they tend to go is on that south side, down towards the crossing near Cave, and they're looking for that compound down there, but with the circle as it lies, that's just not really that viable. In the meantime, KASIK have moved to the south of boot camp. They will have control over this bridge. They will have heard the gunshots out towards the MADBULLS position far west, and they'll be aware of this crossing, seeing if they can control it, seeing if they can stop the MADBULLS from just moving on in, because as Blank said before, you've got that walled compound that a lot of teams could benefit from. In the meantime, in boot camp itself, the remnants of the Vulgar boys will be taken back. Wait, the only casualty for VIRTUS.PRO, although the blue zone is pushing, stage 3 means they can get back up as long as you bandage immediately.
Yeah, I think for MADBULLS, they particularly don't go towards that east side.
Could be a risk for them.
Yeah, I mean, they would love to take it. I think a lot of times they've gone for a southern rotation, though, which has been what their de facto play has been. So we'll see what they end up doing. I mean, because it is open right now, there's no reason not to take it, right?
I mean, the question is, do they know that it's open, right? Because at this point, you expect there's a team in there. You think, of course, someone has gone for this highly valuable central defensible position. But no, no one has just yet. Next circle, again, keeps No Mercy Warriors in there. Alpha as well on that south side.
Yeah, it's zone 4. I mean, there's a lot of good compounds here. I mean, Painan's an interesting one for Titans to be playing in at the moment. Definitely a good spot. And I think MADBULLS have to kind of take the plunge, right? They have to make the risk happen and just head over towards the walled compound at this point.
NEXUS are trying to mount it up as well. They go down the hill away from MUERTE. Closer to KONINA Power. Alpha handling Dagestan in the meantime. Mandarin wreaking havoc on that outpost position. Dagestan down to 1. Just Keep is remaining. Has that nade to pop in through the door. Just bounces off. It's not going to be that knock that they were looking for. Mandarin spots him breaking out wide, and Keep is going to abandon his teammate for the time being, playing up and trying to move away down the hill, but KONINA Power should just be able to spot this one. Keep challenging the rest of Alpha as they descend as well. Tenchik struggling to land the shots there, and there's the spray, making that one work to their advantage. Dagestan are eliminated from this match, and KONINA Power going to try and move on up as well in the meantime. KONINA Power down to just the 1 though, so their power severely diminished. Alpha a lot better of a spot for themselves on this hill. MUERTE their main challenger, but NEXUS also still waiting in the wings. We know how strong NEXUS are today. Kapahala's far forwards. The rest of them yet to slinky back up, to regroup, to try and find their footing onto the southeast side. Really treacherous hills for all of these rosters, and a difficult path ahead of them. Titan have been in Painan for the longest time now. They haven't had to leave, but likely the next circle will push them out just that little bit further. As No Mercy Warriors finally having to defend their position on the junction compound against Major Pride.
Yeah, Alpha down towards that southeast edge was alongside NEXUS as well as MUERTE. Difficult push for all these teams, but I think that they're really quite strong squads here. I mean, Alpha holding on this position. Likely NEXUS and MUERTE are going to be feeling a lot of hurt off the back of this. No Mercy Warriors too, looking to try and take control of this compound on the north side versus Major Pride, who have tried to get in on this location versus them. It's working so far though, John.
Look at that shift as well. MADBULLS did take the plunge eventually. Major Pride want this res. They want to keep control here. But it's certainly easier to say than to do. Execution far from simple. Nomi back up. All 4 of Major Pride are alive. 1 flush found over towards No Mercy Warriors as well. Effect. It's a little bit too hot for him. Has to go back inside into the shack. Aztec ready awaiting with that auto shotty. So ready for anyone to just step out, get a little bit too bold. And the nade over the top finds a beautiful knock over onto Watch Me. Aztec as well on the corner, looking to line up for them and finds the shots with the auto shotty. Wants to maybe push in here, hops up onto the flower pot, waiting for someone to try and get out there, but Wobbly just gets eaten alive by Effect on that challenge. Beautiful stuff. Crosses the door frame, and another shot around the edge as well. Finally looking to put more hurt over towards Major Pride. The only player to stand, and they do need to be worried here. This auto shotgun at this range can be devastating. 7 more in the barrel, but will not be able to find it. The res can come through. The predictions flashed up in the meantime. We both think MADBULLS have what it takes, Blank.
That's right. I predicted MADBULLS at least 3 zones ago. I had so much belief in them. It was just a free compound for them to take. So easy from here on out. SPG, they're doing much better from game to game. Obviously, right now down 3 players, make that 2 with 1 player fully flushed. But, you know, I've been pretty happy with the way they've been performing. You know, up into a top 7 spot right now. NEXUS, though, will be crushing their way through Alpha. See how they really do make this happen. I mean, Kapahala's gone for a crazy push there. I'm not sure I agree with that one. That seriously was Warlord antics.
I don't think it agrees with him
this
either.
feels like very much MADBULLS.
He's going down. You've got to think at this point, MADBULLS cannot fumble this one, but we'll see. We will see. They have not been living up to the performance that they've had. In the meantime, EXO and Redox both going down. It looks like Alpha are handily taking this fight. Redox the last in the mix for NEXUS on the southeast side. And now the MADBULLS can start to flex out. The question is, where on these hills do they try and take? Zerich going for a real wide flank. They're worried about the junction compound, and I imagine that is where they're imagining most of the threat is going to come from.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, like the southeast side, they can hear a lot of shots there, but if there's any team that's going to have 4 members, it's going to be over towards junction, right? So what they're going to try and do is create some off angles and then try and take shots this team as they leave, because they have a short distance to walk. But if they can get there up early, they understand a lot of this engagement down towards the southeast side is going to resolve itself. They need to resolve whatever's happening up towards this northeast side, which they do. They find some good shots over towards Naomi. There's another knock that comes through. That's from SBG. So yeah, fantastic right there. That's the complete right decision to make for MADBULLS. And that feels very much like phase 4 MADBULLS to me.
Good stuff. Effect also taking heavy punishment. SBG get a knock sent their way, and it's just black-white for Major Pride. They did, for the MADBULLS, there was a knock over towards the north edge, but they did manage to get that res fast enough before the blue zone enveloped it to pull Zerich back in, a crucial player for the roster of MADBULLS. And now it's just black-white caught between the blue and the barrels of the rest of the lobby, and Alpha should just be able to camp this one out. Black-White tries to find his way through and will be shut out. That's Sashipa picking that up. 13 eliminations for Alpha. And on that southeast side, the hilltop is theirs.
Yeah, it's a really good game as well from Alpha, but I have to admit, like, Victor's been incredible here. Like, he's going to go down, but he was very much the difference maker between MADBULLS having such a clean engagement there between them and Major Pride. And then potentially losing more players. Maybe that player that they had get knocked before would have just gone down. With this circle, it is Big Boon. Big Boon circle for MADBULLS. The guys from Alpha as well as Titans have to come off the hill. It's MG3's here though, bro. I don't like that. Reflect with MG3 scares me a little bit.
That is a fearsome sight, definitely. That's a difficult thing to reconcile with yourself, but moving down and moving up this hill, both very, very tricky. Titan moving across the side of it, not impossible that they're able to make something happen here if the MADBULLS don't open up the cannons towards them. Reflect is down. Blank, that's the MG3 that you were talking about being so terrifying, has been assuaged for the time being. A breakout wide for Alpha as well. You can see Sashipa has moved out to the left side of your screen there. As the MADBULLS look at it, Tenchik wants to move in and go for the res. I don't think he'll be allowed to, though. The smoke has bloomed, and it looks like they're going to try and stick it. Oh boy, the last to be spotted for Titan, but he has been spotted by Zerich, who's looking to try and take him down, isolate that position. He could be a trouble spot, though, for Alpha if they let him keep going.
Yeah, I mean, this is really good play from MADBULLS. Most teams would be too afraid to make this kind of push up towards them, but they realize as soon as they start getting knocked, all they have to do is just put as much pressure on as possible, keep players on the outside edge. They lock down these two players behind this rock, and it should be easy pickings as Zerich just sends up with the shotgun as well as the grenades. Very, very smart here coming through from MADBULLS, and now just one player alive. One nade should be good enough. 2v2, still possible for Alpha.
Certainly is. I mean, the MADBULLS, as you say, 2 players alive. This is more damage than they'd wanted, but that's what you need. Tulika seals the deal. It looked maybe doable for that MG3, but no. In the end, the MADBULLS take home the chicken dinner. Blank, we were right. We knew what was going to happen there. Beautiful stuff. So did they. Every step of the way, the MADBULLS had control there. They managed to find the timing as well to get into that powerful position.
Yeah, again, I think a lot of that comes down to those final circles, right? Where they start to push up, they get a bit more aggressive, and they have like quite a good idea of where they want to go, right? Versus Major Pride, you know, you cut off junction as they're coming out. You understand that southeast side, there's going to be a lot of fighting there. There's not too much cover. Playing around the trees is going to take them a while to get in. And then in those last moments, they push all the way up to try and force those players on the outer edge of the circle. Really, really smart.
MADBULLS managed to make it work at the end. Really good stuff for their second Sanhok. Hopefully, we'll see. Hopefully, we'll see a little bit more from them as well to try and reclaim that spot on the top of the tables.
MADBULLS get their first chicken dinner here at the finals, and what a way to secure it. I mean, I guess the casters were correct, yes indeed, but unfortunately for us on the desk, we didn't really have that same luck today. But that's okay. I think MADBULLS have potentially, you want to say, had it a long time coming simply because they haven't really shown up today in terms of what we expected to, but getting that first on the board, that could be like the first hurdle to just start snowballing.
We were expecting them to get the win eventually, and finally happens on this game. There was a little bit of circle coming their way that helped, of course, them getting that win. But I also think the timing at which they crossed that road was pivotal for them to get into that Northern Pineland compound and to then play from that position. So they were waiting for the circle to push other teams like Titan, KASIK team out of their POIs, so they could transition while not being gate-kept too heavily to transition into the compound. So yeah, 25 points on this one. Oof. Good prediction from the casters over there, able to get himself some extra points, so GG's. But yeah, this is a lot closer to what we wanted, and because it was not a huge point gap at the top, that might put MADBULLS back in first place. I wouldn't be too surprised because we needed this win. That means they've got 18. We're getting close to my 20 chicken dinner prediction. We're getting there.
Ooh, okay. I mean, I guess you're readying up to do a segment in the Mickey Mouse voice, or at least a couple of sentences. I will try and hold you to that one. But we're looking towards the bottom of the league table, and it feels like this is going to sound a little unfortunate, but things are back to normal, or things are back to what we were seeing during the regular phases, and I really hope that that's not something that we're going to be sticking around with, because I was actually very excited about seeing different teams climbing up, getting aggressive, getting the limbs, getting placement points. So hopefully this is just a one-off, and we're going to see a lot more competition between every single one of the teams that we have, especially because this time around, you already pointed it out, when we're looking at MADBULLS, they didn't just get 10 placement points. They also got 15 elimination points. And then we're looking at Alpha as well, and they got 10 elimination points. And then you're looking at their players. I mean, 5 eliminations for Zerich alone. Oh, indeed.
Yeah, I'm happy though. If there's one thing, I mean, Zerich is really good. We talked about it many times. I want to focus on Tenchik, that I think was kind of an X factor, if you would say, for Alpha Team, in the sense that he would always sometimes be in too dangerous a position and not stick with his team too much. He's really adapted significantly. Like, he is playing a lot closer with this squad, which allows them to overwhelm teams with sheer numbers and aggressive power, which I love. And I love also the fact that on this game of Sanhok, they almost reached 3k damage, which is nutty for them. Great conversion into 14 elims too. And I was surprised because I did predict them, and I knew they had a good position. But with all the teams coming their way, we're talking Dagestan, we're talking KONINA Power, we're talking Nexus, we're talking MUERTE, 4 teams all gunning for their position on that mountain range here, Ginny. I thought they were going to crumble to pieces instantly, but they just keep holding strong and negating those transitions from all those teams so swiftly that no one had the time to third party. So I'm really surprised with Alpha Team and how they were able to defend the southern eastern mountain range.
Yeah, how proud of you when we're looking at teams like Major Pride, like Gladiators. I mean, the great timing as well from that highlight in terms of Major Pride just kind of getting a nade thrown at them and then in a little bit of an awkward situation.
Yeah, it says, you know, the S12K is maybe not DBS, but still pretty good. It's going to be ruining it for you. Though SBG, and to iterate a point that the Blank brought up, Victor, what the hell is going on with him? He was on an absolute tear. SBG, I think, understood if we want to do anything in these finals, we need to start being aggressive. Even though we've got a big roster change after the spring season, since Game Lord ended and 2 of their players left, Akashi and Robs, we cannot be this scared team. We need to start being aggressive and taking our own kind of situations in our own hands, which they started to do, and I can really appreciate that. It's maybe not going to result in them being a top 5 team. It might be enough to reach the championship though, so I'm really happy with that though. These angles from MADBULLS, they got so many angles. They got the high ground, they got the low ground, they got some protection. There's an MG3 of Reflect, which you don't want to go face to face with, but Tulika has the nade, he clutches the 2 elims at the end to get it, but MADBULLS, when they get in these finishing moments right, chances are they're going to be the team to not just get the chicken dinner, but also, as we saw, get those 15 elims. That's a great conversion rate, but damn, that damage again from Alpha Team.
Yeah.
That is insane.
I was going to say the damage from Alpha Team is just almost, I don't want to say double, but at least 1,100 more than MADBULLS, which is quite crazy when we're looking at it. But both of them combined closing on 30 eliminations. That is a lot of eliminations. Half the lobby, maybe-ish, kind of, so to say, in terms of just across 2 teams. Quick math, my math isn't always correct, so please don't quote me on that one. Thank you very much. But another thing that you mentioned as well is that where you're looking at teams like SBG that are realizing, oh, we kind of just have to be a little bit more aggressive, we just have to kind of play more in people's faces. I feel like that's one side of the coin, but then there are other teams who are on the other side and are just a little anxious, a little bit under pressure. They realize this is the finals, this is their chance to make it, and they're slowing down a little. Yeah,
exactly. I'm going to see if production's on the ball also after we look at the overalls. I want to see, can we have the total player stats of SBG on the day? I would love to see how that's going to be looking.
Oh, okay.
Let's look at the leaderboards. I'm the host now. Leaderboard
Let's
time.
go.
Let's go. I want to see who's up there. And it's MADBULLS. They're back on top. Everything is back to normal, Ginny, because you did not predict them this time. Thank you very much.
No, but that's the thing. I've predicted them earlier today, and it didn't work out. And then I predict them, and it's like...
Stop picking them. Stop it.
I just have to stop picking them. The only game that I didn't pick them, they actually do end up on top. So congratulations to them as well. It wasn't just a chicken dinner. It was also 15 elim, so that's really great. Nexus as well, holding on very much to that second spot very tightly. They are just 4 points behind MADBULLS, something to really be keeping our eyes out. And then besides the MUERTE, there isn't really another team that has broken into those triple digits yet. Again, we still have one more one more battleground to play, but it also, again, as you already mentioned it a couple of times, and just a little bit of a refresher, there are no groups. Every single team has played the exact same amount of maps. So for them to be in the triple digits and for you to be very much below it when we're looking at number 9 and below, it is getting a little bit concerning.
Yeah, we were looking at also Gladiators at the top. Only 3 placement points over the course of now. That is 5 matches played. Whoa, that they are down bad right now.
Oh,
so
wow,
we
okay, yeah.
need to see them try and change how they rotate because they're just fighting all the time, it seems. So yeah, not a big fan of how things are going. It just seemed like teams are just a bit quicker on the pivot. And Novalo,
look
what
at
the
that.
hell is going on with Novalo? Woo, 12 and 9.
Okay.
This is a big thing I had for SPG. I've always wanted to see more of the rest of the team, like Snurks and Ala, but damn, Novalo and Victor are carrying hard. So I just hope we can see more of the other players, but
yeah,
man,
wow,
that's
okay.
impressive.
I'm pretty sure there's nothing wrong with the stats, but that was one of the first things that went to my mind. I was like, is there something wrong with the statistics? But no, Nerval is just built diff. Make sure as well, in terms of built diff or in terms of changing things up in the show, do let us know what you like and what you might want to see improved for the next one. Survey will be pinned in chat, and we're going to be now heading over to our casters who are ready to bring you the final map of the first day of the finals here at PMPL Europe Fall 2023. So John and Blank, take it away.
We are heading over to the next battleground, Blank. Of course, we've had our double helping of Sanhok now. We've had 2 Miramars. There's only one thing left for it. Let's go for another Erangel.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you've got to have the double. I would like the double scoop of everything, please. So I want a 6 scooper of entertainment and maps and fun and all the rest. So let's get right into this. Obviously, heading over towards Erangel right now. I'm excited for this one. I think the guys on the desk really did well to go over the main points, right? I think SPG definitely was one of them. It's nice to see Narvalo back at the top, back in the driver's seat, because he certainly has always been a really strong player. But again, I can imagine it might be stressful, you know, shifting into a different role of IGLing and fragging at the same time, you know, juggling both those roles at the same time. Is never easy, especially when you are, like I said, shifting into a new gear. So again, very, very well done to Narvalo, starting to find his feet a little bit alongside the rest of his team. And Victor, look, man, he used to be one of the most incredible players in the past, right? Really pulling off some marvelous performances, sort of outshadowed by a lot of these strong teams that have come into Europe recently with new big names, Effect, Zerich and all this, but it feels like he's getting back up to speed. Again, I think EU is a lot about, you know, a lot of these strong teams coming in, a lot of these other teams that used to be in the region and were some of the hot shots for a long time, having to learn from them or sink. And I think that it feels like SPG is realizing that things had to change, and they certainly have, and they're adapting alongside it now. It's taken a while, but they're there.
Narvalo in that 4th place MVP position for the finals right now, off the back of his performance today. 3 places ahead of Victor, who sits in 7th right now. The fact that Narvalo is still up there in that top 5 place, it's kind of nuts when you consider that SPG are in 9th, right? Like, the fact that these 2 players have managed to have such an impact, and yet their team just isn't there. I do still need to see a little bit more from them. As it stands right now, if you close down the scores, they don't make it to regionals. They don't make it to the championship. So where can they find that extra little bit of power? Where is that team synergy that they just haven't managed to glue together?
Yeah, I mean, it's all coming online for a lot of teams. Some teams just aren't quite heading themselves into that spot where I'd like to see them. I mean, MADBULLS off the back of that last game look a lot stronger, they look a lot more confident. It's not too late for them either. Again, with that buffer, that sent them right back into first position, which is great to see. It's where we expected them to be. Gladiators, I need to wait. I was going to say something else then, but I think I just need to wait. I think everyone else at home who's fans of Gladiators also just need to wait. Because the amount of times I've complained about Gladiators and then looked like a fool come last day because then they're suddenly like, we're now first place team.
By 60
well,
points on the last day.
It's like, well, okay, I guess we just needed to sit back, relax, wait for them to perform again. So I think a lot can change. A lot can change. And I think I will be critical on Gladiators on the last day if they haven't brought things back together again. Because I think they are a trustworthy team. The amount of times they've put up consistent performances for a lot of international tournaments, I think you can trust them up until those last moments.
I would be very surprised if we did not see them moving even to PMGC. I mean, I think it would be probably the first time in 2 years that we hadn't seen this roster there competing, if I'm not mistaken. They've certainly been at plenty of PMWIs, so I'd have to go back and check when the last time they weren't there was, but they have done a lot of work and they have been named in whatever form they have been, obviously previously HVVP and before that Na'Vi. It's the same roster who has just been around the block time and time again. And I do not think that this season changes anything. You're right, we should be critical of what they've been able to do today, but it is their forte that they do just slam back straight in for the next 2 days of these final formats.
So, again, the waiting game continues. For MADBULLS, I'm kind of glad that we see them step up on that last game, get back into pole position. For Major Pride, though, you know, they're still being fairly consistent in terms of points, in terms of placing. But I do want to see maybe just a little bit more here and there from them. You know, I don't think there's any particular player that's really stepping up in a big way. And I think that might just be a case that the whole team is quite decent across the board. But we need a little bit more. And I think Max actually did a really good job of highlighting really good engagement they had between them and KASIK, which is where things just got a little bit out of control. And it feels like when Major Pride aren't in that position, you know, where they're behind the big screens, they've got the old mastermind seat planted down, things fall apart quite quickly when they lose that control. So when they were getting Molotov, when they get naded, suddenly they all send into barn. It's a horrible idea, and that panic kind of sets in. So maybe like quite a few calls going out at the same time. No one's really sure which to go off the back of. So for Major Pride, I think it's those chaotic moments where they might need to improve on, because I do think that they have this thing where their rotations are very good. You know, their crashes usually towards that early game are really strong. And I don't think that they've been in the fire enough, really. I don't think they've been in the cauldron enough.
They need to get a little bit of their bubble on. Hopefully soon. Sooner rather than later, certainly. I mean, it is only 18 matches to play in these finals, right? We've already, after this match, going to have seen a third of them. So you cannot waste any more time. You need to pick your feet up now. Same story for a lot of those teams that we've spoken about over the course of today. The circle on this match, Blanket's shifted out west. It looks like MUERTE have taken the position south of Hospital, around that west end of Everest. A little bit further into the fields, into the Gatka fields, you've got both TUNA and KASIK, who are just playing around those splits nicely for now. But plenty of teams are going to be moving on their way. KONINA Power, not one of them though. They're busy. They're in C block. They're on the old sign, just grabbing as much loot as they can. Happy as Larry.
Yeah, chilling, keeping things cool, calm, collected. It's nothing too different. I mean, Western shift on the circle is nice to see, because I think we've had a lot of different circles all day today, John, which is sort of ideal. I think you want a ton of different experiences, a ton of different a ton of different rotations that have to happen on that first day. If anything, this is not only really good for us at home, it's also really good for the players too, because they get to identify and analyze a lot of different rotations from many different squads inside of this lobby. So really, really important when it comes to homework. So I think that anyone that goes home tonight and is able to put in that shift, you know, pull out the old notebook and papers, that's going to be really beneficial. Right now, Major Pride taking a fight between them and VULGAR Boys. It's not going well, John.
It certainly isn't. VULGAR Boys have lost to Kimi, sure, but Major Pride have lost a whole chunk more than that. They are down to just the one player. Black-White getting into the buggy. Gonna have to figure out where else to go. And now that the MADBULLS are near Everest, you've got MUERTE further ahead. The Gladiators made that west coast rotation along that coast road to the west of MUERTE. There is just not that much room around where Black-White is playing.
Not really. I think for Major Pride, this is most likely going to be a bit of a doozy in terms of a game. Not gonna go too much their way. Again, a lot of teams trying to get into some pretty pole positions on this map. Alpha already trying to take control of some of these compounds underneath Everest. It's kind of curious in terms of a circle as well, because this can quite easily shift down towards Quarry, or even hard over towards the western side, making for a fair few different, quite difficult circles. I'd be interested in a Pachinki finish, just because it would shift everyone across towards that eastern side, and also secretly support Nexus, which is what I really want.
Whoa! There it is. That's the circle shift.
Perfect.
Over to Pachinki.
Oh,
Do it. How did you do
I don't
that?
know, man.
That's
I don't know,
crazy.
man. I've just got the power, you know?
Apparently.
I'm part in the tomato soup.
You're moving that salt shaker.
Niche reference. Okay.
I think that is now a generational reference at this point, which is weird. Such a crucial thing. Bruce Almighty fans will know, though. They'll know.
They will. They will. If you haven't watched it, you should go watch it right now.
It's very funny.
Pause this, go watch that, come back. Relive the moment.
Unless you're watching it, if you're watching this live, watch the rest of this and then watch it. But if you're watching the VOD, pause it, go watch, come back. You'll know exactly what we meant.
Yeah, and that's just how the cookie crumbles. Looking at Gladiators right now, having to make their rotate, currently 4 players alive. This, I think, has to be a good Gladiators game, because without that momentum coming into tomorrow, things do get a little bit hard. And I think the Gladiators have had enough time now to figure things out of how they would like to play out a lot of these games, what's not working, what is working here. Right now, we are having quite a heavy central meta in terms of the lobby. So for Gladiators, you can see them already trying to push all the way in. This would be pretty classic Gladiators to lose 1 on the rotate. Luckily, Meku gets away with his life, which is really good in terms of promise for the future. Nice shot from Malloy, actually. Goodness me.
Living the general objective, so of course it is beautiful to keep your full 4 teams going, especially on the south side of these hills that the Gladiators have had to send in quite dramatically to. Can they keep it that way, though? Is the question. They're still on that 2-2 split. The scraps back and forth, I think, keeping them safer than maybe they realize, but still, it's working out for them.
TUNA. I don't know why I said it like that.
That was so weird. I don't know, man.
TUNA. TUNA. Just chilling. I actually really like TUNA as a team. I think
you were going to say as a fish, but okay.
I do love it as a fish as well. It's probably one of my favorite meals.
Oh,
Okay.
I believe you.
Calm down. But yeah, I really do like TUNA. Both senses of the word. But they're a really good team. And I think that, you know, there's been a lot behind the scenes for them, particularly with Purple having to learn English on the go to communicate with the rest of the squad, really working very hard in terms of mechanical skill and conversational skill. To be honest, anyone that learns English, I really do respect, considering people tend to say that it's one of the easiest languages to learn. Mate, it's easy to say some words, but truly to understand people who have talked it for quite a while. That's tough, man. And I think that happens quite a lot in PUBG Mobile, is players having to learn English. So, you know, my heart goes out to all of them, because it's not easy at times, especially when your teammates are throwing out the most random phrases possible. You just don't know what's going on.
It's very convenient for us, though, because it means we understand all of it.
Oh, absolutely. Great for us. But luckily for any team in PUBG Mobile, I will not be playing. Okay. So, you know, that's not going to be going on. But yeah, big respect to TUNA. You know, I think they've really put in the shift this tournament to improve, to work on things, to get better, and actually show up. Because I think there's far too many teams that have come into EU before. They're sort of, I don't want to say no-name gang, but they are sort of no-name gang. And they just do nothing and just sit at the bottom of the tables. I think TUNA has really knocked that one on its head and said, no, we're going to come into the tournament. Yes, we might not do great at the start, but we're going to really try our hardest to push this as far as we can go. And here they are in finals and doing fairly decently. So, yeah, hats off to them. Little salute.
Hat removed. Hand placed to forehead. Salute. And capped off, both executed perfectly. MADBULLS trying to swing around on the north side behind TUNA, who are in turn a little bit behind SHOCKWAVE and the Gladiators spreading out. No Mercy Warriors suffering at the hands of FoopsMan and the rest of the VULGAR boys, although FoopsMan now has gone down. Molo not stepping out for the flush. Tresley is going to try and stand up to it. VULGAR boys, hang on a minute, there's been a little bit of a swing in the course of this fight, but Tresley stops the proceedings from going any further. Unfortunately, FoopsMan did get flushed in the meantime, blank, which is not good for them. Means they are two in a central building in this next circle. Defense of it is going to be all the taller of an order.
Purple tried to take some shots at MADBULLS. They're just flying into the circle right now, directly over towards Dagestan's position. It's on the western side of the fields. Gladiators, they're underneath. They're just congregating inside the field itself, trying to find some pot shots, clear out this western area. I think they realized that likely with the massive amount of shifts they've had to make around the map at the moment, it's not likely they'll be able to find themselves a central spot. So clearing out an area towards the northwest side, I think is not a bad idea. They're trying to take interesting positions to do it. They already find one pickoff over towards TUNA. I think it's unlikely that TUNA has an exact bead on where this player is, but the delay on this coming to stage 4 is really the important thing for Gladiators, because they can regroup on this compound, give themselves a little bit of space to play with. I like it. I like it a lot.
Hard south shift. Gonna pull away from all of these northern teams. Got a lot of that field in on the south side. KONINA Power and KASIK in some pretty decent areas to stay alive for now, but it's really teams like VIRTUS.PRO, MUERTE potentially, and NEXUS who are gonna get the better end of this deal.
Oh yeah, good stuff. I like that. You know, more of that, please, for NEXUS. Another hard shift over towards the eastern side would be ideal for NEXUS. Not for many other squads, though. But an interesting finish here. We got a lot of fielded region down towards that south side. KASIK currently actually have a really strong position to play around with. SBG currently battling off versus SHOCKWAVE. Some great shots there from Victor. From not an easy angle to take either, and I think Terminus is maybe not exactly expecting the quickest of push here. Last is just done. Really, really good stuff from SBG. Felt quite threatening in that situation. Gladiators crash KASIK's compound. This is huge.
Gladiators trying to move in, and they have managed to all stay up as well. I think KASIK have suffered one casualty so far. The west point, you said it was a good position for KASIK to be playing from. Blank, if the Gladiators can take it, that advantage might be theirs. But with the way they've been playing today, they'll need to step up taller than they have. Will it be enough? 3 players from KASIK playing at the back. They were able to establish a crossfire against Major Pride, who kind of fumbled in a previous push on Miramar. But this road that separates the Gladiators from the rest of KASIK feels like it's going to maintain a distance between these two rosters for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, either way, it's a really good push from coming through from Gladiators. We said before they were clearing out space. I just did not expect them to make such an aggressive rotate down towards that south side. It's gorgeous. They realized that likely it's going to be 1 or 2 members on this north edge. They can isolate a fight there. There's going to be a lot of teams still trying to make their way into the timing on it. It's gorgeous. Ooh. I like that a lot. That's a really good play from Gladiators. One of the first big plays we've seen from them today. And that'll give them a really confident spot to play in, particularly with the fact that finding one limb off the back of that as well, although it might not seem huge, it really is. The split off in terms of compounds on this south side, you sort of need those 4 players alive to have a really confident hold for KASIK team. So that has really massively crippled KASIK and kind of elevated this position for Gladiators in the future.
SBG right above Alpha and just below VIRTUS.PRO. VIRTUS.PRO trying to maintain position on these hills. Really, really important for them to try and keep that space to themselves. Stop any of these teams moving in from the north, from the south as well. Their major threat directions. So Alpha, this is a replay earlier of them just getting lit up. Zashipa and Tenchik not having the best of times and leaving Alpha down on 2 players.
Yeah, Tenchik out. I mean, English has actually been taking some good shots down from the southwest side. I gotta admit, it's good to see. SPG still just circling. A couple of sharks on that top side. Dagestan have sent a scout out in Shifu. Oh god, Reflect is terrified right now. He has no idea where it is. It's a bush! Uh-oh, some shots.
Going down, not a good time. Mandarin now will be able to find one and a flush. Turns his attention over to Victor. And it's not going to be enough. Snowix, in the meantime, has to be backed off that ridgeline. There's the next shift. VIRTUS.PRO slap bang in the middle. The hills mostly for them, but NEXUS on the southeast side could look to push in. MADBULLS, the same story.
Could be somewhat good for him again. MADBULLS gets another strong game off the back of this. And you certainly have a star on your hands where MADBULLS become very difficult to catch up. They have a consistent day tomorrow, so for most teams, they'd be really pleased to see NEXUS send it towards that northern side and really just go blow to blow with MADBULLS. That would be the best thing for them. Skills just finds a shot over towards Tixi. Great opening. KASIK has been holding on really marvelously. Despite everything, despite losing a player there, they've been taking shots over towards the eastern side. They've been clearing a rotational path for themselves in the future, all the while taking pot shots over towards Gladiators. It's been very, very good. English so far has been that key factor, the star member on the team, and I think eventually now Gladiators need to think about how they're going to deal with this team alongside. They're investing a lot of utility already. John?
Managing to keep everyone alive and together for the Gladiators. KASIK have got sightlines over towards Titan. I wonder if Black-White's going to spot anyone in this scrap. They have stepped outside, so potential for a side swipe. NEXUS have spotted MADBULLS as well on the edge of those Pachinki fields, those close fields on the southwest side of Pachinki. Sorry, just on the west side of Pachinki. And to the south of that, NEXUS have such great high ground over them to look down towards the MADBULLS position. I imagine it's going to be pretty tricky to keep themselves from getting away here. You can see those walls on the compound that they hold. They're good for protection, but leaving this area is just so difficult for them.
Yeah, a lot of smokes will have to be employed, but again, for MADBULLS, no matter where they go, they're going to be running into some fierce competition. Here's KONINA Power rocking up on some points. Oh, dear me. Good couple of shots there. There is damage done. But that will be the end of the MUERTE. MADBULLS are just trying to find something off the back of that. Jenny going for the Gladiators pick. We got you two going for NEXUS. Gonna go for old Dagestan, the north side.
Okay. I like that. I think Gladiators is probably the most outside pick of that set. It's not out of the question, but the position on the edge of their circle right now, and the fact that it's quite isolated from the hills that most likely we're going to end up in, make it a very, very tricky crossing over to the action area. NEXUS taking shots from MADBULLS up the hill. They do need to be careful, and the MADBULLS are starting to make their way out into the open terrain. If you allow the MADBULLS enough time, they will gather that steam.
Yeah, it's a completely isolated fight as well, so again, you just can't really... You can't exactly hold this team down a lot of times. You can't underestimate them either. Good shots from Dagestan over towards VULGAR boys. There's also shots coming through over towards the MADBULLS now. Good nades. a lot of dam here.
Zerich breaking out. I don't think he saw the feet there, but there's a nade over towards Frozen. He is just going to get flushed out. 2 players down on the front. I think it's just FleetK. And EXO knows where he is. 2 players are down, and Doran is flushed away as well. A massive, massive player on this roster. Wait has flexed out from VIRTUS.PRO, looking for this third party. The MADBULLS, sure they're down low, but it's only Redox and EXO now for NEXUS.
Yeah, EXO's just going to confirm. Get as many elim points as possible. Drops some smokes back. FleetK sends a nade in. Could have been decent. Doesn't get too much damage, so won't provide information back across. VIRTUS.PRO likely to finish off this engagement. Redox looking over his way. There's damage there, so that will mean that at least EXO has information on his position. Will reposition in the meantime.
Ooh,
that is a great prediction from FleetK.
what a Molotov to follow it up as well. He might just be able to do it here. MADBULLS making a mark onto NEXUS. The challenge for the top spot has not gone unnoticed, Blank. They are going for this. They are trying to take this one back and stop NEXUS from getting the score on. But Wait's position from VIRTUS.PRO, so powerful. What a flex out from this player. And I feel like that was such a crucial factor in this scrap. VIRTUS.PRO have learnt their lesson from their previous Erangel.
Yeah, they need to be more proactive a lot of times. And I think that's what has really hurt VIRTUS.PRO in the long run. Great play from FleetK though. Have to admit, this guy is one of the solo gods of the lobby. Tixi looks for Skillsers, will find him, but more shots are just pouring onto the location of Gladiators.
Oh,
He finds one, you're joking.
my goodness. Well, one is all he'll find, fortunately, for the rest of the teams. But VIRTUS.PRO all have to regroup to the east, and that's going to allow Dagestan the time to move up. Your team, Brett Blank, your prediction on this match, you liked their northern spot, and they might have been able to crunch VIRTUS.PRO out of the running.
Oh my god.
I'll take that back. What was
That is a grim nade over the top. There is backstops and Zadira holding the angles, but where he's been flushed, where he's been knocked, sorry, in Shifu is a bit awkward. And they'd hope to take the hillside. Elementrix moves back over towards the ridge. I think Limbo might just have enough time here to pick up his teammate.
VIRTUS.PRO struggling on the top of the hill. Titan able to light up Elementrix there. Beck cooking a nade on target, and you'll find 2 flushes. But it just sails wide, and it allows both of these Dagestan players back up. VIRTUS.PRO used that time to try and get Elementrix across Blank, but it just hasn't worked. They're still sequestered to the side, right on the edge of the circle.
You know, Titans have had a huge amount of control over this game, actually, over on the south. They've been really picking their moments carefully. I think eventually they're going to have to bite the bullet, though, and leave, being now. They really are not in the circle whatsoever. Gladiators have 2 contenders into this one. Able to get 3 eliminations. It's not a massive game, but again, they needed something off the back of this.
Certainly did. With MADBULLS stepping up with NEXUS over the course of today, doing so much work, it is time for the Gladiators to come alive. But when you've got Alpha doing work as well, when you've got MUERTE starting to get back on their feet, you do need to put them down, and that's what's happened this game, fortunately. They have managed to keep that one going. And Major Pride similarly down quite early. At the moment, Gladiators, I believe, are the highest current ranked team on the overall standing, still alive in this lobby. So how much further can they go?
Yeah, it's a big question. Matic does take a huge hit, and KONINA Power is just barreling their way into Tixi. He has a nade in hand, could get a huge amount of damage over towards KONINA Power as they push across. Meantime, SPG is just going to try and send towards that north side. Yep, Tixi goes down to a nade from KONINA Power.
Dagestan trying to isolate their north side as well. They have all regrouped as 4. VIRTUS.PRO finally find the shots that they were looking for over to Titan. They had to leave their buildings where they had so much control from that south side, as you were talking about. They are now cowering behind the smoke cover, behind any sort of ridge that they can find. A rock, a bush might be good enough. But even that pretty scarce. Gladiators are out now. And Dagestan looking to sweep around on this western side. Navallo right up and on the tree. Zadira finds the challenge, gets that spray down onto the down player, and Snoix is the last to fall. Easily swept aside. And Dagestan, they're looking like they're clean here.
Yeah, it's a really good engagement between them and SPG. I mean, the fact that happens so quickly as well just gives Dagestan now so much more time to regain control over this map, right? And with Keep being able to just hold his position, didn't have to help the rest of the team with that fight. He's maintained info over towards the eastern side. So I think that's another really important thing there, knowing that VIRTUS.PRO hasn't pushed up. Titans still on the low ground, have to crawl further into the circle. You got to feel for these guys. It's not been an easy push, and I think they've done really well from the compound on that southern edge to get as far as they have now.
Just having to play on with two. And the ridgeline will be shunted off in due course. Healing up, stimming up where they can. If Dagestan takes some shots or cause some distractions over towards VIRTUS.PRO, that might be the chance Titan are looking for, but Beck is vigilant on this south flank. On the off angle. KONINA Power have moved up to the next ridge in line, and Palucci wants to go even further. Unfortunately, there's still two players from Titans, and they continue to hamper progress from that south flank. Palucci just can't find the shots. Off Haze is low, and Titan are really giving KONINA Power a run here. But the burn looks pretty good. Becker does go down. Hevlik steps up with the DBS, in fact, but there's VIRTUS.PRO putting an end to the chaos. 4 players alive for Dagestan.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult push here. I think Dagestan realizes that KONINA Power, they just need to keep a watch over them. Zadira moves up. This guy has been absolutely phenomenal when it comes to hitting some ridiculous shots in these games. And he opens up with a corker. But that's good enough, right? He's Resable there. He drops them into a 2-man party. There's nades coming through from Shifu. He's been disgusting with these all game, exploding shrapnel after shrapnel in the faces of these squads. And that's another one. It should just be curtains now for VIRTUS.PRO.
They have really got their backs against the wall at this stage. They did make some really solid flexes out to that east side, but they allowed their north flank to be caved. And with it, Dagestan poured on through the cracks. Now they sit atop the mountain. 2 players in the face of Dagestan's 4. And the nades keep on rolling downhill. Unfortunate, they'll hear that vehicle breaking out to the side, or maybe not, as the case may be, but Beck goes down to limbo either way. They push forwards, playing together. It's just wait. He's got the Groza, potential to open up for one, but I don't think he'll find much more than that. Doesn't even get that done, and it is Dagestan for the final chicken dinner today. They have had, well, this is their second of the day so far. Beautiful stuff, bookending the first 6 matches with a Dagestan chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's a very well-deserved win as well, because I think that when you look at how this team plays, right, is that they're very good at playing between a slow and fast type of game, which is really important to do when you're a team at this caliber of level, right? You need to be able to play both. You need to play both quite competently. So I think for Dagestan being able to play really slow up towards that northern edge, play really loose and fast on that last Miramar where they had just absolutely no cover whatsoever to work with, it's really showing the makings of a great team. So I think for Dagestan, they need to be really proud of themselves today, especially in a finals like this, to push themselves so close to that line where teams must be very scared of them at this point.
As they should be, right? This is a powerful team in the making. The storm is brewing. Can the MADBULLS hold on to their spot at the top? Because it is being closely fought today. We are going to head back over to the studio to break it all down.
Dagestan, a team that we highlighted earlier today as one of the new contenders. And not only did they prove us right once, they managed to prove us right twice max. 2 chicken dinners on the same day on the board. This is probably one of their best performances so far.
Our boys, Ginny, they're doing so good. I'm loving it. The way they rotated, especially from the north, they were just waiting. They knew that transition towards the south into Pachinki Hill was going to be so tough because so many teams were hoping to aim for that spot. They just waited out and then they strike like a python, going for their spot in the circle, and they just get it at such a good time too. So yeah, 20 points on the board again for Dagestan. Double chicken dinners in the finals. I love to see it. But VIRTUS.PRO, to jump on them, I really thought, Ginny, they were going to get crunched so much earlier. They were just in a central position. A lot of fights were happening around them. And if there were some lingering individuals that would come their way, they would clear it up typically. But I'm impressed they made it as far as they did with 5 elims to boot too. So that's good presence from VIRTUS.PRO.
Yeah, VIRTUS.PRO really coming in today and surprising us. Same thing, really, I want to say for NEXUS Gaming as well as for KONINA Power. I think the consistency that we've seen from some of these teams today has been absolutely incredible, and I am very proud of them, and I'm sure they're proud of themselves as well.
And SPG, again, like they
SPG
just get so many eliminations. I did not expect them to transition and to make it far into this game, but they just fragging out Novalo and Victor just in a league of their own, it seems, today. Definitely the 2 best French players when it comes to this season of PUBG Mobile Esports. So I'm adoring what's happening for those 2 guys. Again, I'd like to see more from Ala, from Alex, from SnowX possibly, but I'll take a Novalo Victor wombo combo duo just fragging out of their minds here, just boshing out of their mind and having a great time, it seems. But the leaderboards, I can't wait to see. I think it's going to be really close at the top, and it's still anyone's game because today was very unexpected, very unpredictable.
Yeah, I think as well, especially when we're looking at the teams that were able to secure chicken dinners today. Like, yes, we've gotten one from MADBULLS specifically, but all in all, it's been really interesting, and we're going to take a look at that later. First of all, we're going to look at how this match specifically has gone. English from the side of KASIK really stepping up as well. I think, again, this is one of the teams that I would love to see more of. We do every now and then see glimpses of them in the top 3, in a podium finish, and one of their players popping off, but it feels like seeing that consistently is the only thing at the moment that seems to be missing.
Yeah, with English over 1,000 damage, I'm going to do the Kalaris sound. So, woohoo! There you go. That's what
sounds like Mario.
It is. I think I do a pretty good Mario voice, but really good presence from them. But Dagestan bringing the damage, 2.2k, 10 eliminations, so the conversion rate is really strong for them. Though VULGAR boys, a little bit more silent this game, but still able to get 7 eliminations because we brought it up as a storyline heading into the finals. This team is not scared to take fights anymore, and they, even though they don't make it giga far into the games, they still giga far. They're still able to get some elimination points, which keeps them relevant in the overall conversation of, is there a spot in championship meant for them? And right now, in terms of elims alone, I would say there definitely is, but we still need to see them getting those finishing moments and lock down the games, which we did see some glimmers of that in Phase 3, but we're still just seeing, I think, the start of what VULGAR boys have to offer, and I'm really hoping that they stick together for 2024 because they have just so much potential on their roster.
Yeah, something that potentially they haven't really untapped into yet. Maybe tomorrow, you know, we still got Saturday, we still got Sunday, we still got a total of 12 battlegrounds to be heading into over the course of the next couple of days to determine whether or not there is a spot for them at Champions. I think so far we've seen really great things from every single one of the teams. I can't really sit here, Max, and say, oh yeah, that team did not rise to the occasion. I mean, we can talk about our major prize at our Gladiators team that we had really high expectations of that potentially didn't meet it, but as a result of them being less in terms of those survival times, it's really allowed the rest of the lobby to shine through.
It really is the case. I mean, it's been able to have some guys so impactful that I have to highlight. What? Shifu is just so good. He's just such a gamer. Just gets the nade, just gets the double pop onto KONINA Power, then lock it down. But yeah, Dagestan, such an impressive day heading into the finals. And yeah, we know that these guys are so impressive. Keep especially has been a really standout player, but with Shifu is just the fragging duos. Adiro getting strong angles. Limbo also getting his really strong moments, assisting the team in a really strong way. So like right now they are the team that I would say outside of the big contenders at the top is a team that has the most potential when it comes to long-term kind of possibilities and opportunities for them. So yeah, really stoked, and I'm intrigued to see who's in first place. I'm not too sure. I think it might be Dagestan or NEXUS.
It might
MADBULLS might be there. I don't know.
Before we get to that though, I'm gonna have to ask you, Max, if there's a specific player today that has really stood out to you in terms of their performance, if they have been the most valuable player of the first day of finals.
Come on, you know there's one. Come on, it's Doran.
I do know this one.
It's Doran
it
from
has
NEXUS.
To be. That's what I would think as well.
No way. The guy got 1v4 clutch against No Mercy Warriors in MUERTE, and he got so many elims. There you go.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, he got 21 elims by himself in one day?
Are we supposed to be surprised? Oh, let me redo that.
No.
Wow, Doran, wow, so
What?
good. Whoa.
No, I had an inclination it would be more towards 15, 16 maybe, but 21. Okay, respect.
Yeah.
That's
Some teams as a whole have not got 21 eliminations today.
Yeah,
I'm gonna check
exactly.
those numbers, but he has been on a tear. That 1v4 against No Mercy Warriors with the S12K, of course, on the M4 wombo combo weaponry, which is exactly what you want. Such a standout player. We've known he has the potential to be one of the greatest players in the region since the Fall Championship at the start of the year. It's been kind of a dry spell ever since then, but we know that they were just trying to get more comfortable in the lobby, try and just play their game style, and now they are being a lot more aggressive, taking opportunities, and just not being scared of those fights anymore, which is what Nexus needed, because clearly they got, I think, the best iteration of this composition, and I just hope they're not going to change it throughout the finals. This is the team that could take them right into Championship, and who knows, maybe be the only team from Romania in PMGC.
Who knows? We're going to have to wait and see. But first of all, I think we also need to look at have a look at the overalls in terms of where they're actually sitting at the moment on the ladder, because Nexus Gaming on second, 116, only 3 points behind MADBULLS. They're coming for you.
3-point difference, that is not...
Yeah. That is
Come on.
literally max today. That is literally max today.
I mean, kinda. I feel like... I mean, it's me and Blanca. Blanca's been on the hype train for Nexus a lot longer than I was, but like Nexus have been impressive, so I had to support them a bit going through it. I thought he was going to put Dagestan because I am support. There's so many teams I want to support, to be honest. There's so much raw potential in this region, but thank you, Matt. He's doing some graphics and the memes in the background, so
yeah,
he's pretty cool. Yeah.
He is pretty cool indeed. And, you know, supposedly... I mean, looking at MADBULLS as well, I think the fact that they're in first place with that one chicken dinner, impressive to say nonetheless, especially a little bit more of those slower games earlier today. So I do think the bonus points do help them quite a bit in terms of getting a leeway. But the fact that Nexus and Dagestan are on second and third, I'm very impressed by their performance today. I'm like in the most positive and genuine way. They have genuinely stepped up today and done so well.
I mean, the scary prospect that this sets up for the next 2 days of finals is Major Pride Gladiators not close, really, to MADBULLS when it comes to first place, which means if we look at the PMGC rankings, which I'm sure we're going to look at tomorrow on the pre-show, that gap is going to be increased again. And that's the issue, is that they are still able to get these big games, while Gladiators, Blank mentioned at some point, why we criticized them, but the thing is, having such a rough start, that's going to make it pretty much impossible for them to catch up to MADBULLS in your overall storyline of PMGC rankings. So, sure, they are going to bring it back towards the end. I do believe so. It is the Gladiator special, but it's not going to allow them to secure a PMGC spot, which that's what everyone is aiming for here.
Yeah, but they will go to Championship, and again, the top 5 teams from there. So there's always going to be a chance for them to be able to qualify. It's just maybe the road, it will be a little different, a little bit more difficult. I know we're not showing predictions. Can we get this off the screen, please? By the way, they just missed the 1 in front of my 6.
Sure. I mean...
Yeah, totally. I'm not... No,
Stop predicting MADBULLS and you would have gotten way more points, but yeah, John.
But I stopped predicting MADBULLS and then they win, so it's like, you know, I can't win. A loss is a loss, but I think the casters done really well today in terms of prediction. You know, you guys can have that. Okay, congratulations. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in today, and thank you, Monster, for making this possible. We're gonna be back tomorrow, same time, same place, and as you already heard Max say, there is going to be discussion in terms of PMGC points, and that is something that you do not want to miss to see where your team is placing on that international stage. Enjoy the rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you might be, and we'll see you tomorrow.